Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 3 of The Fallen Legion, File 1. Summary. Even in total defeat, a true shinobi never stops fighting. The war was lost. Nothing they did or tried was enough to save their world. But even as he fell, Naruto Uzumaki used his final moments to protect the last of his people, and in a final act of gratitude, they saved him. Welcome to The Fallen Legion File 1, a brand new Naruto the 10th High School DxD crossover. Awakening in a strange, modern land of the living, Naruto has to figure out exactly where the hell he is, navigate a hidden world of devils and angels, and find his new purpose. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and High School DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 9 Doves, Crows, and Ravens. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. Swallowing the divine piece of grilled ham, Azazel looks up from the report filed by Samui that had the most detail and asked, "Well? I can't say this was a raid after this." Nodding while sipping his coffee, Naruto looked back at his boss and replied, "As I said, legitimately a military operation. Those 2 we snagged from headquarters still haven't talked, so we have them in holding. We hope that they have some answers regarding Kokobil's movements within this sector." Sighing in resignation, Azazel nodded while looking over the numerous reports that lay across the table between the plates of lunch and couldn't help but mentally find this all rather detailed yet productive for only one operation. After a moment, the governor speaks again. "I will go have a word with them." "And if they don't talk?" Kuratsuchi asked from beside Naruto, swirling her jasmine tea in its cup as the man looked back at her. After a few moments, Azazel replied, "They will, trust me." Frowning, Kuratsuchi left it alone as the door opens and in came the 2 women of the hour. Ishiwari and Tagaki. The 2 have become fast friends, largely thanks to the Nadeshiko trio and Tenten's interventions, and now they stand before the de facto leader of their race. Their entrance drew all eyes to them, and them coming to attention caused a nod from Azazel, who spoke first. "Ishiwari and Tagaki, huh? Well, firstly, let me address you, little Ishiwari-chan." The single-set Fallen nodded meekly, but retained her head held high, a new development, and made those ahead of her smile. Azazel continued softer than usual. "I believe Benamune has been in contact with your parents, and they are relieved that you are okay. That being said, they have not been told your location due to the secrecy of this place." Ishiwari nodded with a smile, understanding that Jinjugaku no Hai Saido is a special place even among the supernatural, and even more so for the Grigori as a whole. Azazel continued smoothly. "As such, until things settle down a bit more, you will be required to stay here and learn more from my Nightwings here. I trust you are okay with this?" "I am, Lord Azazel," Ishiwari replied, and he nodded, all eyes now looking to the former troublemaker. Tagaki gulped as her leader's eyes lost the softness and spoke far sterner with her, Azazel stating, "Tagaki-san." That caused an internal flinch from the six-winger, but nothing she couldn't hide thanks to her experience with that psychotic interrogator. Azazel continued, "I hear that you have been spared from the executioner's block by Lady Yasaka for the duration of your service with the Nightwings. Am I mistaken?" "You are not, Lord Azazel," Tagaki replied stiffly and got a nod from him. After a moment, Azazel began again. "In that case, I will follow it too and not punish you further, but I do have an assignment for you." Upon her nod, he continued, "We will be building a new facility here in Kyoto, next door to this one, to act as the Grigori headquarters. You will be its liaison to teach others how to interact with the Night Wings without stepping on their secrets. Am I clear? As crystal, Tagaki reports with a salute. Though Naruto commented, So, we are building a secondary facility here then? All the Grigori brass looked to him with Tamil responding to that question. You made a good point during our meeting. Of course, we will have to come to an agreement with Lady Asaka, but ultimately having a business office here providing taxable income for the Yukai faction, it should be fine with your oversight. Benamune dropped her coffee onto the table and added, Most certainly. I am already selecting the most appropriate personnel for the task on our side, Naruto-kun. Please rest assured we will not get this wrong. Nodding, Naruto did relax a bit, and glad they have his back. Azazel then comments. As for the other factions, drawing eyes to him as he sips his tea carefully, then seeing him swallow before answering. I was contacted by my brother Michael. He asked me about a new breed of fallen acting far more compassionate than normal. A group with a strange sense of right and wrong, but seemed to be picking fights with the devils. Azazel grinned at the end, but got nothing from the blank faces of the shinobi, and causing him to chuckle out. Relax for now. I told him I'd look into it, but I think it could be a stepping stone for our relations if you were to meet with them. That way, you wouldn't have to run whenever you encountered them. I was never one to run from my problems. Kuratsuchi added, but Shikamaru countered swiftly. Your fatal flaw. She glared at him, hating the fact she couldn't say anything against this stupid Nara. Chojuro took up speaking next, finishing his food. It would be useful operationally. Not having to constantly look over our shoulders. Or keep an ear out for them. Hana spoke from Naruto's back, getting nods from the others. Sighing, Naruto looked to Chojuro and states. Seeing as you've volunteered. Choking on his tea, the blue-haired, glasses-wearing swordsman snapped to his leader and asked. You can't be serious about that, Naruto? I'm busy with training up. I'll handle it. Temari offered, stepping into the meeting room with Cheyenne at her side. This got Naruto to raise an eyebrow, so the Wind Mistress explained. It isn't like I've had much to do here recently. Most are troublemakers know better than to cross your enforcer. My own forces are far more interested in civilian crafts, not that I blame them. Nodding in understanding, Naruto offered back. In that case, I will leave it to you. Temari nodded as she took a seat beside her water counterpart, allowing Azazel to move on. Now, the more troubling situation. He sighs so damn hard. Naruto and Shikamaru joined it on reflex until both felt a mental jab and swore they heard a troublesome blonde growling in the depths of their minds. The Uzumaki knew full well that the Yamanaka was still out in a pleasure-induced nap, so dismissed it soon after. Azazel continued to speak, unaware of the situation with his fellow seraphim. I have also been contacted directly by the Satan in charge of the new devil faction's domestic affairs, Satan Serzex Lucifer. For some reason, Naruto began with a twitching right eyebrow, drawing eyes to him as he ground through gritted teeth. I get the feeling that I am really not going to like what you are about to say. His glare on Azazel caused said man to swallow hard before he offered. He has demanded that I find the ones who caused the mass casualties of the devils and hand them and their captured people over. Somewhere in the underworld, a redhead got a shudder down his spine and broke out in cold sweat. Yasaka, in her office in the Imperial Palace, suddenly shuddered as she snapped towards the direction of the hidden village and began to panic, tails fluffing up. Kodo simply glanced in the same direction and muttered lowly. Oh, someone pissed off Naruto-sama. A heavily blushing Hana was supporting Cheyenne, who was panting and nearly fainted when confronted by the sheer amount of killing intent Naruto released. She wasn't the only one struggling, as everyone who wasn't Azazel, who was breathing hard, had to support themselves as the Kage-level shinobi calmed himself down. It took many deep breaths and help from his mentally gifted girlfriend, who had awoken upon feeling his anger. Naruto finally looked back at his boss and barely muttered. He said what? I only agreed to look for the supposed captured devil. Azazel stated firmly. His steel eyes were nothing compared to the absolute darkness of diamond of Naruto's flowing golden, and damn near murderous. The leader of the fallen faction's Grigori organization swiftly added, I didn't promise anything. The heightened tension remained but held no edge. It remained like that before Kuratsuchi placed a hand on Naruto's left shoulder, Hana on his right, and the Yamanaka's sweet mental words allowed him to sigh out slowly before nodding once, signaling that he was calm now. His silent supporters returned to their places and one finally limped to the shower. Looking back at Azazel, Naruto stated, How do you want to do this? My people are not on the table, but handing over those things stinking up our holding cells will be fine, after some modifications to their memory, of course. Shrugging with as much aloofness as possible, to try help ease the tension, Azazel replied casually. Just hand him over? That would implicate us immediately. Shikamaru stated blandly, drawing the eyes of the Grigori brass to him. Looking back blankly, the Nara explained. It would suggest that you knew where he was and who took him. Thus, indicate you either knew of who took him. Instant cries for compensation will result after that. The other shinobi present all nod to that, Kuratsuchi adding. Then we have to frame it as a bunch of rogues that snuck through the Battle of Tokyo. Hana offered carefully, giving traction to a new idea that Temari picked up on. While our team was present and trying to apprehend him for attacking our forces, Helios wanted to blackmail our team into betraying Azazel, serving him and in his scheme to overthrow Kokabeel. Naruto states firmly and gaining some of his old prankster grin back after that tense moment. Azazel and Tamil were impressed. Benamune rose a brow then asked, Can you do it? The shinobi all snored at the stupid question, beside Naruto who was busy calculating the level of fuckery he should bring to this party. But Kuratsuchi replied, Oh please, this is just a Sunday afternoon for us. Shikamaru was quick to add. Plus, the prankster king himself is already concocting the whole damn thing. Look at him. He led their gazes to Naruto, who was already scribbling seemingly incoherent numbers on a blank scroll whilst talking lowly to himself. Those directly around him peered over his shoulders, though the Nara made his way over and saw the calculations being undertaken. After a moment, Shikamaru snorted and commented, Dude, there's no reason to go that deep. Pausing for a moment, Naruto looked over at the Nara blankly for several seconds before asking, But I thought. Shaking his head, Shikamaru corrected him. That plan 4 of yours looks the most effective. 1 through 3 is a bit too much, 5 and 6 too elaborate for this. Save them for next time. Naruto looks back down and shrugged then offered. Fine, but that's a promise, right? I said no such thing. Shikamaru replied swiftly, shaking his head with his arms in a big cross. He then moves back to his seat and leaving the Uzumaki somewhat sulking whilst looking over the numbers that the others were trying to decipher. After a moment, Kuratsuchi asked, Nara, you can read this? Not in full. Shikamaru replied calmly, having retaken his seat before continuing. Just enough to get the framework, putting together the pieces and knowing how to think Uzumaki. I've known him since we were kids, so yeah, you'll learn in a few years. Clearing his throat, placing his pen down and forgetting about his somber mood, Naruto speaks up calmly again. Okay, we have a plan to make us appear as your secret elite guards and you appearing to have had enough with the internal power plays. Not that one. Shikamaru drawled with a sigh, getting a grumble from Naruto, who corrected himself. Fine, Special Forces strike team under your command. Azazel nodded. It sounded like a good plan and thus asked, Let's hear it. First, we need to find an abandoned location, just slightly out of the way, but close enough that traveling in secret too is doable. Naruto began and Azazel already had a few places in mind. Upon his nod, Naruto continued. Then, I shall use a particular technique of ours to make it seem that a bunch of now rogue fallen had set up shop there. Is that possible? Benamune asked and the shinobi all chuckled, Naruto nodding to her and explained. It is a rather basic thing to do and not really the point as only the devil captives won't know the difference. Benamune nodded so the Nightwing commander continued. When he and his subordinate awakens, they'll be bound and gagged, powerless before their captors, and that is when we stage our attack, full on light blasts and everything. Make it chaotic to confuse and scare them both. Everyone had been nodding along, Azazel and Tama leaning in close as this sounded so entertaining. Naruto explained further. During the height of the chaos, enter our Helios. What will he be doing? Azazel asks, completely absorbed into this plan already. Naruto smirked dangerously. This will serve that fool who dared look upon Samchan with those eyes, as he informs. He will curse and rave in earshot about Azazel's personal lapdogs and him coming himself being ludicrous, yada yada yada. You know, standard villain stuff. He waved off that end part and got nods of understanding from the Grigori, but nods of annoyance from the Shinobi. They have all literally lived it, seen it, so many times it had gotten old and rusty. Naruto continued. Enter Azazel and elite commandos. Grinning, Azazel nods rapidly, liking the plan that made him appear powerful and imposing. The prankster king explained. You order him to stand down, yada yada, but when he doesn't he throws one of the devils at you before escaping. More grunts show up and another running shootout as you escort the prisoners back to devil territory to hand off. How does this help pin it on Helios? Benjamin asks, knowing the answer already and just wants the room to be certain of this. Naruto looks to her yellow eyes directly, seemingly seeing something and offered back. Well, during the handover, Azazel will comment that Helios was already being hunted by his direct subordinates and will be handled. That I had to just assign you to eliminate instead of tracking. Azazel adds, getting a nod from Naruto, and everyone nodded afterwards. Benjamin added. I assume you are already modifying their memories? Removing them completely. Naruto confirmed with a nod to her before clarifying. Is what I want to say, but if we remove everything related to us from his mind, it would raise questions on their side. So instead, the ones from his capture and interrogation will be removed. The ones leading up to said capture will be left a haze, a side effect, of high-voltage electricity. Everyone nodded to the sound plan as Shikamaru finishes it. Thus the only thing he will report back is that he woke up in an abandoned warehouse, was rescued by Azazel and his elite forces and escorted home. Pretty simple stuff. Before Naruto could comment on that, his phone rang again and successfully drew everyone's attention. Sighing like a Nara, earning a smirk from said Nara, Naruto answered it. Yeah. Lady Yasaka is here to see you and your company. She isn't taking no for an answer. Sighing in unison with his Nara friend, Naruto nodded and mumbled in defeat. Troublesome blondes, thanks Ginma. Dropping the phone again, perfectly ignoring the death glare from a certain wind mistress, Naruto looked to Azazel, who responded first. The only thing left really is that I think I'll have Barakil assigned to oversee the construction efforts. He needs a break, so treat him well. Naruto waved him off and replied. That's fine. He is one of the few we don't have issues with. Yoshi Inuzuka was leading the head fox along with her party through the tower, having been waved down by her fellow Jonin, and to be honest, she was really annoyed. She didn't show it, obviously, as the boss needs to be able to work the diplomatic angle. Thus, she's bit her tongue and remained silent as they reached the second floor. A knock on the door, and Yoshi hears her leader call out. Enter. Pushing the door open, the Inuzuka met the room of the big honchos sitting around the table with the leader. That's when she caught Naruto's eye and he smiled at her, offering warmly. Yoshi-chan, thank you for bringing them. It's fine, Naruto-say. Yoshi began but corrected herself upon seeing his clearly playful glare, smiling cutely. Naruto, it's nothing. She couldn't help smiling and he nodded, allowing the tomboy Inuzuka to step aside to reveal her charges. Yoshi watched with no small amount of vindication as his small smile vanished upon seeing the two foxes. His whole disposition changed and closed off, as her pack leader offered firmly. Lady Yasaka, Lara-san, can we help you? Yasaka had immediately picked up on the shift in address between his acknowledging of his, what she can safely assume, pack member and herself. It was a weird feeling, but again, for later, and so she replied. I wish to be brought up to speed with the latest. I know you said that the reports would be ready tomorrow, However, I have been contacted by the new devil faction about a sudden storm in Tokyo and... That was us, yes. Naruto confirmed that without hesitation, surprising the Yukai leader greatly, and he gestured to the table while asking, "Care to join us, Lady Yasaka?" Nodding, Yasaka led her party of 3 to the spare seating near the Grigori members before introducing her other guest. "Oh, today I brought my head of security, Tsuchida Shiba." When Naruto looked upon the gray-haired, 5'7", well-built, and slightly gravely seven-tailed kitsune with shimmering light blue eyes, he tensed immediately. His own eyes sharpened, posture shifting enough to alert just his own and tip off Azazel that something was wrong. Unaware of this, Yasaka continued ignorantly. "He is part of my personal guard and the person I want you to work with moving forward to help cheer up our..." "No!" Naruto cut her off, causing the Kyuubi to snap to him, and only now realizing how tense the Seraphim was. He looked ready to tear someone apart. If he looked close enough, his chakra flow picking up momentum as of preparing to fight and had her on edge. Oblivious to this, Tsuchida spoke firmly and with a perfectly formal tone. Almost too perfect. "I am sorry, Naruto-san. Is something. Take him." Naruto ordered, and the next moment, Yoshi and Hana were on the guy in an instant, but the next he had ducked aside with a cut to the arm. Hana had drawn first blood, but the kitsune was suddenly pinned in place, frozen stiff as a statue with twin steel tessen at his throat, rippling wind chakra shaving against his skin with a quad-bun kunoichi glaring at this fool. Yasaka was about to demand he be released when Naruto stood with the other Nightwings and the Kage spoke with ice in his voice. "I do not know who you are working for, Tsuchida Shiba. But you made a mistake coming here." Confused, Tsuchida growled lowly. "I am a member of the personal guard of Lady Yasaka. She just..." "Nice deflection," Temari hissed, edging her tessen closer to his skin, causing the razor winds to begin to tear against his skin, and now the guests were staying clear of this. Naruto made his way around past Azazel and towards the Yukai as he continued. "That may be true, but 2 things can be at a time. For example..." Stopping between Temari and Yasaka, Naruto looks to this man, drawing his eyes away from Hana, who had prepared a sleep-inducing medical technique. The secret Seraphim explained. "We are members of the Grigori, but also members of the Yukai." "Impossible!" Tsuchida growled venomously, glaring at the speaker of such preposterous language. He did not stop attempting to break from whatever was holding him, unaware that Shikamaru has more than enough practice to hold him still, as Naruto replied. "Not quite, it's kinda like Menin. They are doctors, but also shinobi." It was then Hana placed her hand suddenly on the man's head, and immediately he fell drowsy. Despite his best efforts, Tsuchida could not fight against biological attacks via chakra and soon succumbed to the sleep-inducing effects of medical ninjutsu. Catching the traitorous kitsune, Naruto and Hana lowered him to the ground as Temari stepped back. As Chojuro approached, Yasaka demanded, "What the hell are you?" "I am an empath," Naruto replied without looking up at the Kyuubi, earning a gasp from the 2 Yukai, the only ones in attendance that were unaware of such a thing. He continued, "I can only sense negative emotions and intent though." Finally standing, after finishing sealing the man's movements and chakra, Naruto turned back to Yasaka and explained. "This man had so much negative emotions that flared when you introduced him, that he has to be a spy of some kind. Or double agent." Kuratsuchi added with arms crossed, getting nods the room over, with Shikamaru offering up next. "A prime position too. Chief of security? Ripe for abuse of power." "I can't help but agree," Azazel commented, looking down at the passed-out kitsune before adding, "Certainly where I would love to put one of my own." He looks to his fellow and asked, "Want me to have a crack at him?" Shaking his head, Naruto looked from Azazel back to Yasaka, then asked her, "This is another reason why we couldn't stay in the Grigori proper. Most fallen have negative emotions and intent in one way or another. I am working on muting it most times, but when particularly strong enough sources come close, I can't block it anymore." Nodding slowly, Yasaka asked carefully, "Then, my security detail? Likely known to whoever it is he worked for." Temari supplied easily, glaring at the sleeping man with distaste. This reminds her of that traitor back home who leaked her home's entire defense plan to the Akatsuki and allowed them to almost kidnap her baby brother unopposed. Tialara spoke next, completely frazzled by this turn of events, as she had worked closely with Suchida for many years and respected his drive. Are you sure? I have worked with him and... Both Inuzuka nearby growled lowly at the insinuation their leader was wrong, Hana speaking for them both. Naruto's empathy has saved thousands of lives during the war, all of ours included. We know its potency. None of us would be here if it wasn't. Chojuro added, not liking this situation at all. His friend saved them from those damnable plant clones, and prevented them from sowing confusion among the Alliance forces. This may be hard to hear, Lady Asaka. Tamio comments calmly, looking over at the leader of Kyoto and offered. But I trust in their judgment. The other Grigori nodded too, though only the Nightwings knew that Naruto struggled to do the same within the Grigori as they all had negative emotions. Ino was a big help in shielding his sanity from the onslaught. Elsewhere, Ino reached the reception area of the tower, having showered and cleaned herself up. She was planning to catch up with Sakura and get a checkup. Her pelvis and legs are still rather tender, but mostly to gloat over her clearly superior man and bedroom action. Though, she came across Hanabi assisting Cheyenne with filing in the ground floor hall. Smirking, Ino chirped. Cheyenne-chan, Hanabi-chan! Good morning. Both girls look over and Cheyenne smiled softly while Hanabi glared, growling out. Ino team. Giggling at the hostility of the young Hyuga, Ino found it adorable as no doubt her brother Complex is furious at the fact that the last few days her boyfriend has spent with her and forced the young Hyuga to be satisfied with a mere shadow clone. Cheyenne interjected before the hostilities began in earnest. Now. Hanabi-chan, that isn't nice. I am sure Ino-chan means no harm and is clearly unaware that it is afternoon. Hanabi huffed and looked away from the older blonde, getting back to work while Ino blinked owlishly. The Yamanaka had realized how late it was and whispered. Oh, it's afternoon, huh? Yes it is, Ino-chan. Cheyenne informs with a nod, placing a bunch of reports in a basket for Naruto to read over later. Once done, she looks back at her fellow blonde and continued. So, what is your plan for today? Locking on to her amethyst jewels for eyes, Ino replied. I plan on catching up with Sakura, maybe see how Kurenai and Mirai are doing. Cheyenne nodded along before asking. I am sure Kurenai-chan will appreciate the company, but why Sakura? Is something wrong with you? Waving the concern off, Ino smiled and shook her head before replying. Nothing serious like that, no. Just want to catch up before I get back to the office, so to speak. You should not slack off, Ino team. Hanabi griped from behind Cheyenne, earning an exasperated sigh from the former priestess and a giggle from Ino, who had her arms folded beneath her somewhat tender bust, with the Yamanaka waving her off and saying, I won't be, Hanabi-chan. I assure you. The young Hyuga chose not to answer that and walked off. Cheyenne though sighed, shaking her head and asked her fellow. Do you have to continually tease her, Ino-chan? Of course. Ino replied immediately, as if no conscious thought was needed. After a moment longer, she continued. She's our boyfriend's acknowledged little sister. Means that we are going to be sister-in-laws someday. Same with Kiba and Sakura-chan. Thinking on that for a moment, Cheyenne nodded before asking. I never thought of that. But also, what happened to your hair? You normally have it in a ponytail. Ah, this? Ino began while taking up her loose hair trailing behind her. The platinum blonde that had a few strands of silver within it merged seamlessly and complemented it perfectly. She continued. Well, I noticed that Naruto responds better to this style than my normal one. Really? Really? Ino confirmed with a nod and smile. This caused Cheyenne to become far more contemplative and allowed the Yamanaka to continue. Besides, it's nice to have a change every now and then, right? Nodding in agreement, Cheyenne then smiled and asked, a taint to her cheeks. I guess. So, how was it? Smiling coyly, Ino replied suggestively. Oh, Cheyenne-chan, are you asking for spoilers? The faint dusting rose to solid pink, Cheyenne murmured. It isn't a spoiler, so to speak. I'd bet. Ino giggled faintly, her gaze growing distant as she recalls the lovemaking she shared with her boyfriend. Sighing dreamily, she whispered, Oh, Mama wants another round, baby. Squeaking, Cheyenne asks. That good? Better than anything. Ino confirmed, snapping out of her daze and looking to her fellow girlfriend. She grinned while adding, I assure you, Cheyenne-chan, you will not be disappointed. Cheyenne leaned back in her chair, twirling a loose lock of her light blonde hair as she hummed and nodded while whispering, I don't doubt that. Another giggle at the distant daze on her eyes came from Ino, but was broken by Hanabi calling out, Arg! Leave Ni-chan alone! Ino couldn't help it. She bust her gut in response, as she headed out, continuing to laugh as she strolled out into the village and leaving a fuming little Hyuga with a brother complex, and a sexually frustrated, former priestess trying to calm her down. Meeting room. With the excitement over, the traitor dealt with and taken away, Yasaka looked somewhat passively at Naruto, then Azazel, then back to the Nightwing commander and asked, So, the mission report? Nodding while sipping coffee, Naruto cut a glance to Hana, who held a blank face but dutifully took up the mission report of her pack sister, and the Nadeshiko Kunoichi, specifically. Azazel watched this choice carefully, and knew why those were selected over the more detailed ones, like the one from the team's captain. After all, one of Yasaka's party turned out to be a spy, and the last thing he or the Nightwings want is the identity of the Storm Angel of Tokyo getting leaked. Too much heat looking for her right now, with even his siblings searching for her. While Yasaka and Tialara were reading the presented documents, Naruto turned to Azazel and said, About that team still in the Tokyo district? Yet it was Benemune who replied, Motiki and his group have since been relocated. They will be staying in this sector, but have a new assignment. Naruto nodded, glad the ones who helped his own out have gotten out of that war zone. Azazel spoke next though. Well, once you've settled in and set up, I do expect you to take full command of all the Grigori members and contacts in this sector. Letting out a long breath, he added, The fact that your existence is yet to be discovered is both a miracle and a curse. As a race, a second seraphim strengthens us greatly. However, it also emboldens ours and makes others take us as a greater threat. Tamil nodded along before adding himself, Most certainly. We are working diligently to straighten up our forces and get our ducks in a row, all over the world, with our numerous enterprises following suit. Within the next 5 years, I project us to be able to recoup to a level standing among our peers. Assuming things play out along your projections, right? Shikamura asked, to which the head of the Grigori's business department nodded. Kuratsuchi then asks, What kind of conditions are we, specifically, supposed to meet then? Surely you have objectives for us? Smirking, Tamil nodded before gesturing to the still reading Yukai leader and saying, You are achieving it by befriending and bridging us with the Kyoto Yukai. As your influence increases, we suspect that more opportunities will open up, and no doubt your success will drive your fellow cadres too. Seeing the Nightwing leadership being contemplative, Benemune added after adjusting her glasses, I hear both Katerina, Sasha, and Artur are all somewhat eager to prove themselves, even if individually, and for their own various reasons. Naruto and Kuratsuchi share a long look before both shaking their heads with a sigh, the blonder of the two commenting, It can't be that transparent. I'm telling you it is. Kuratsuchi responded, but Naruto was quick on the reply. But Artur, I don't get. We barely spoke. That's the point. Kuratsuchi claimed with a hand waving that off, earning a hum from the blue-eyed among the two. She then refolded her arms and explained. Not being considered a big shot wounded his pride. I guarantee you, give it 6 months and we'll be hearing about it. After a few moments, Naruto conceded with a nod, then replied, In that case, Katerina will likely do the same, right? A year tops. Kuratsuchi answered with a nod, then cut him off by saying, Artur will likely try beat the others and aim for 5, but She shrugged at the end, and this is when Azazel and Shikamaru finally caught on to what they were discussing, though Benamian figured it out after Katarina had been mentioned. The governor asking for clarification's sake. You're talking about other groups within the Grigori, right? Both Naruto and Kuratsuchi nodded to that, the latter explaining calmly. Now that you've allowed one, us in this case, it would be safe to assume that, if reaching enough of a high enough level of skill, you would allow others. The rumors of our skills and interactions with the other cadres will only fuel that. Naruto explained, with Benamian picking up after him. I have seen a few requests for the joining requirements for the Night Wings, some from ranks of our upper-level members of 8 wings, all the way down to the bottom with the single sets. A ripe market for the creation and development of additional groups. Temari offered with a nod, before looking to Azazel and continuing. If used correctly, this might just be what you are looking for to guide the faction forward. With the correct approach and guidance, healthy internal rivalries and structure could pull the troublemakers in line, and pride in the race will skyrocket. We could put on events and offer platoon bonuses. Tamil commented in thought, running the numbers and contemplating the outcomes. Benamian added shortly after sipping her coffee. A robust system for joining, trading, and recruiting will have to be set up. Rules and guidelines that left little room for interpretation. Tangible rewards and benefits too. Chojuro informed, recalling his time among the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and the renown it got him. Naruto looked to him, and nodded while saying, like you and your 7 swordsman team. The mere mention of the 7 swordsmen of the mist terrified any opponent before you even saw them. Chojuro nodded, but Shikamaru interjected. Perhaps some groups you are appointed to, like say, Azazel's bodyguards, and any platoon could offer members for a fixed period of time. The numbers of positions held and the prestige of protecting the faction leader during negotiations. Hana offered, and everyone nodded, being seen by the other factions as strong enough to keep their leader safe. I like it. Azazel confirmed with a nod, looking to Naruto and informing. We'll start out by officially listing the Night Wings as the first of these platoons. We can make an official statement with rules and the like soon. The Night Wings all nod before Kuratsuchi asked, casually and deceptively calmly. So you are saying that we, the Night Wings, are going to be called something along the lines of 1st Grigori Platoon, the Night Wings. Right? Chuckling, Azazel shrugged and offered back. Perhaps not. Though it does sound good. What about his protection unit? Benamian inquired. Chojuro offered. 0 Squadron? Seraphim Protection Platoon? Shikamaru offered, recalling the Hokage protection team from back home that he had read about. It wasn't so troublesome, keep shit simple after all. Maybe Gem, Bolt, Ambu, Grains or Hunters? Temari offered before Benamian offered. Seraphim Protection Platoon sounds adept. It can be shortened nicely to the SPP on paperwork. Added to uniforms as a patch or badge of honor, Tamil suggested, leaning onto his arm resting against the desk with a tea in hand. This earned a few nods, with Shikamaru adding, kinda like the Fire Guardians and their sashes. That's a fair point. Naruto replied with a nod, adding after. Those let you in to see the daimyo personally. A type of verification system in other cases. That sounds reasonable. Yasaka offered, drawing eyes to her, and all then noticed how she had finished reading both reports and was just listening intently to their discussion. With all eyes on her, the vixen continued. If it was made into a fully operational system that could withstand fakes and rogue duplicates, I would likely at least listen to a former highguard of another leader. Both Naruto and Azazel nodded to that, with the former offering. I think I could handle that, actually. Give me a few weeks to catch up on my projects, begin screening the Yukai guards, and create a system for verifying legitimate Nightwings from the many fakes no doubt trying to benefit from our reputation. I have seen a few suspicious incidents of just such already. Tamio revealed calmly, drawing eyes to his robe-covered form, and he waved them off, explaining immediately. Calm down, they have already been dealt with. My counterintelligence is rather extensive. Even found a devil taking pictures of those entering and exiting our headquarters recently. Maybe we should assign someone to aid in that, Shikamaru commented, thinking of assuring nothing of theirs gets leaked via their supply chains. For peace of mind on their end. Though, his first thought is Gunma, second Anko, but they already have assignments. Ino wouldn't be a bad choice, but she's irreplaceable here for interrogation. Shrugging, Tamio replied. Having professionals in the field would be welcomed. I'll be in touch. Professionals indeed, Yasaka commented, coming to the same conclusion as Tamio had and drew eyes to her as she looked directly into Naruto's blue, slit eyes. She then asked, It seems my own faction needs a thorough examination to weed out the disloyal and traitorous. Can I ask for your help in this regard? There were a bunch of heavy sighs at that request, one muttering troublesome and another only thought it, but both got mental jabs as payment. After a few moments, Naruto replied carefully. Lady Yasaka, that is a major undertaking. Not mentioning the fact that most consider us outsiders still. I know it couldn't be helped as we were largely holed up here, building our home, but others might see this as then just the Kitsune and Tengu at first. Yasaka cut him off harshly, gaze sharp. Seeing him fall silent, she aggrandized her point. If you clear them both, they could become a policing force that none dare oppose nor question. With all three clans working together, sweeping through the faction would take a fraction of the time, right? The silence dragged on for a while, with Yasaka not breaking eye contact with Naruto the entire time, before he caught the subtle nod from both Kuratsuchi and Shikamaru. He slowly nodded too, offering the faction leader. Very well, Lady Yasaka. We will start next week while we finish off the debriefing of our guests. With a stiff nod back, Yasaka replied. Thank you, Naruto. I appreciate it. Despite grinning like a loon internally, Azazel maintained a calmly stern visage externally as he offered his fellow seraphim. That should keep you busy for a few months and help you lay low, again. Getting nods from the room so he doesn't stop. Keep your phone close though, we will be getting busy and slowly transferring power over to you. Though, the guys upstairs will start hounding me if we don't organize a meet and greet soon. Temari is handling it. Naruto reminded, getting nods from the Grigori and the Kunoichi in question. The quad-bun blonde added. I have a squad in mind already. Calm but dangerously effective. A perfect diplomatic team. Where do you intend on holding this meeting? Yasaka asked and Azazel shrugged, offering back. We haven't selected a place yet. But thanks to the platoon idea, I now have a way of explaining you all without exposing you directly. Could I convince you to hold it here? Yasaka asks, surprising the room at large, but thankfully, she was quick to tell them. Helping facilitate peace within this nation is part of our duty. We are technically a third party, and we still have that now abandoned cathedral here. It could act as a middle ground between both parties, no? All the fallen in the room share numerous looks. Underworld. The following morning. In the early hours of the morning, Azazel was flying towards the rendezvous point with the Satan Lucifer, his two passengers being carried by masked Nightwing officers. The plan they came up with during the mission went off flawlessly, and both devils had been recovered from the rogue elements. Even now, glancing back at them both, they look shaken up but in one piece. They don't have any memories, just as they said they wouldn't. Now, it's time to play his part and see what the devils want. Approaching the checkpoint, Azazel spots the welcoming party of the red-headed Satan, Surzix Lucifer, his queen and wife, Graphia Lucifuge, and the military leadership of Falbium Asmodeus. At the side of the bold Satan was another blonde and a small squad of soldiers. He grins. They'll all be careful as he has two of the mythical Nightwings with him and only two regular of his men. Thanks to the mask though, everyone will be on edge and not want to start anything. Showtime. Coming into land at a respectful distance, Azazel smiles casually as he called out. Yo Surzix. Fancy meeting you out here. Obviously, all the devils were watching the two masked-up soldiers in full-body cloaks with gray flak jackets able to be seen beneath. Though the governor speaking drew attention to him, and after a moment, Surzix replies. Indeed. So, you indeed had our missing noble. Not quite. Azazel corrected, watching as Riser and his lady strolled towards the other side while the governor explained. A rogue of ours. An 8-winged kid by the name of Helios did it out of both spite and envy. Upset at his cadre for not putting his name forward for a new position we had open. This obviously piqued the devil's interest, with Surzex asking. Is that right? Care to explain why he would go so far as to involve us with your internal dispute? Shaking his head in the negative, letting out a sigh, Azazel replied. Unfortunately, it is as you said. An internal dispute. Thankfully, after he escaped from pursuit with your noble there, my personal guard here managed to track him down to a warehouse not too far away. It was clear to whom he were insinuating were his personal guard, and every devil glanced to the masked statue-like beings flanking him directly. Falbium then asked. So, they are your personal guards? I can assume they are an elite unit then? Azazel just shrugged, not answering that before turning away, but Surzex called out. Wait! Drawing the governor's eyes back to the red-headed Satan, brow arched as Azazel asked. I got you your man back, Surzex. I need to get back now as, unlike you, I do not have others to handle my paperwork. Back at Grigori headquarters, Benamian sneezed. Nodding, Surzex began with, What do you know of the attack on Tokyo? Your people were involved in it. Let's not play games, as we have evidence that your guardsmen were present. Sighing again, scratching his head, Azazel muttered to himself for a moment, then returned his gaze to the Satan, and confirmed. Yeah, they were there, but that is all I am saying. The mission is classified after all. Classified or not, we want the one who attacked our people. Surzex pressed, rising his magic pressure to make the point clear before adding. Or this could lead to war. With a far more serious expression now, Azazel turned back to face the Satans and stated clearly. That is not going to happen, Surzex. For 2 reasons. Firstly, my main forces aside, my guardsmen's report on the incident was clear and trustworthy. That Phoenix boy struck first, yet they only knocked him out and not killed him outright. That's a lie. Falbium interjected, drawing hard purple eyes onto him as he continued. It was a fight between us and the heroes. You had. Azazel rose his hand and the tall devil went silent, allowing the governor of the fallen to point to Eubelina and inform. She struck out against my guardsmen first, who were observing only as per my instructions. They were there only to find 2 squads of ours that hadn't reported back in some time. All eyes looked to the younger Phoenix's queen, Rival asking. Is that true, Eubelina? With a resigned sigh, the purple-haired woman nodded and explained. I didn't know who they were and I thought they were heroes who escaped our ambush. I fled after realizing they were fallen, inspecting the dead battleground. Graphia glared at the child. She shouldn't have admitted it even if that were the case. Sighing, Surzex nodded and asked. The second reason? The second reason. Azazel repeated for a moment, then blinked owlishly, and grinned while scratching his head and offering. Sorry, that's classified too. I can't really tell you that. But I can say that the idiot responsible for this fiasco is being hunted down. He escaped during our rescue mission. He wasn't our objective after all, but rather the safe recovery of your 2 people. Nodding their understanding, Surzex then poses. Then can I ask you a different question? Sighing, Azazel nodded with his arms crossed, allowing the Satan to ask. The one known as the Storm Angel of Tokyo. She was so hot. Riser blurted out, despite barely recalling her as most things prior to his knocking out by that strike. Everyone looked to him, brows and hairline, besides the fallen who know her and the fact that she would kill him if he tried, or even got too close. Before Surzex could finish, Azazel spoke up. You are not getting her, Surzex. I've read her report, listened to the debrief, and, as loath as I am to admit it, she held far greater restraint than anyone else in my faction. Can you say the same? She wounded hundreds of devils, Azazel. Surzex pressed, but Azazel was adamant here. Would you ignore a threat to your wounded Surzex? Surzex went to rebuff, but Azazel continued. They are my elite guard on an observation mission, meaning lightly armed and swift loadout. Yet your people attacked and injured them. She made a choice to strike back and buy time to escape rather than engage in an all-out engagement that would then start a war. He growled now, while explaining further. I understand my ranks are filled with a lot of crazies, Sirzex. I really do, but we are trying to tackle it. With a less rough tone, Azazel finishes. Can you say the same? What would have been the most likely outcome if your people had reached a group of wounded fallen that were barely able to defend themselves, huh? I doubt I'd even hear about it. So stop trying to be all self-righteous and keep your own in line going forward. Is that a threat? Falbium asked seriously, gaining the governor's attention. All the fallen thought that was a stupid question, clearly trying to provoke a reaction, but Azazel answered it anyway. Listen, Falbium. I came here to hand over your people, personally. A sign of goodwill. If you see that as a threat, that is on you. Turning his back now, he added. We're out of time. Until next time. Spreading his 12 wings, all his escorts spreading 8 each, Azazel took flight with his guard at his side and leaving the devils wondering. Sixth Heaven. Arriving at Michael's office, Raphael stepped in and found the seraphim sitting there with a soft smile. Standing before the large round table, Raphael listened as his leader spoke. Thank you for coming, Raphael. I have been in contact with Azazel and he has assured me that the attack on Tokyo was not intended to be seen as a threat, but rather his own protecting themselves from a devil attack. Raphael nodded stiffly and listened to Michael continue. And to assuage our concerns about the situation, he has agreed to meet with our representatives on the mutual ground of the cathedral you first mentioned in Kyoto, with the blessing of Lady Isaka. A third party. A wise course of action. Raphael informed, getting a nod from his brother, who added. Indeed. He has offered us any day after today, but Lady Isaka seems to want this resolved tomorrow. Seems her schedule is not very accommodating beyond that. What do you think? Who will be attending? Raphael asked, and Michael looked down at his notes before offering. Azazel himself, a small guard of 4 people that includes the ones you called irregular. It seems they are his personal guards. With their waning numbers, he has had to start deploying them, which is why we only now know of them. Nodding and understanding this time, Raphael comments. Makes sense. He kept them in reserve and under training? So it would seem. He claims they are all first-generation fallen. Michael explains, getting a nod from his younger brother, so adds on. Thus, they were born already fallen. No original sin to guide them, and isolated from a young age, they grew up far more rounded compared to other fallen. Makes sense. Raphael commented with another stiff nod, with his brother returning it, Michael offering. Lady Isaka has invited us to that cathedral for the talks to ensure we are all on the same page and level. It is abandoned at present, but that may change if these talks go well. I will see to it. Raphael informed. Just then Gabriel burst into the room and claimed. I'll go too. Michael smiled softly, knowing that his sister had been listening in since the beginning, and allowed her to continue. To think, such kind children were raised by our cousins. I wonder what they are like. If they are as pure and gentle as we are. Maybe we can teach them about where their parents came from? Ooh, maybe we could start a joint school project? Michael thought on that idea while his sister continued to ramble. Although they are fallen, they were born into it, and had no part to play on their parents' lives. They themselves did not fall from their father's path, so maybe they could impart some of their father's light within them. This is an entirely new concept and path that could lay open to them. Bringing his father's children together again. Even if they are not permitted back by birth, they are still children of the light, bearing no sin. It could work and might bring more balance to the system. Nodding, Michael offered. That might be an avenue for us moving forward. If things go well. This halted Gabriel's tirade, causing her to look to her brother with a beaming smile and witness his second nod. The most beautiful woman in heaven chirps. It will. Such innocent children can be nurtured and guided on the right path. Maybe we might be able to get a few of our own into this school too. Have them grow and show one another the joys of love and peace. Possible, Raphael commented with a nod. He soon adds his own thoughts. Maybe a place for those who are followers forsaken and drive out. Though his smile lessened at that, Michael thought on that next. Over the centuries there have been a fair number of believers who may have unintentionally sinned and casted out by the church. They spend the remainder of their lives in repentance for this singular mistake, but a few are corrupted by their enemies and taken down a dark path in their grief. If they offer a third path, one that they can monitor, and protect these repentant souls from further corruption. That too is a good idea, Michael commented with a nod, looking between his siblings with a growing smile of warmth before adding, "Let us see what our brother has been doing with himself and perhaps protect the future for all with our cousins back at our side." Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. In his office, Naruto looks over his home under the glow of the moon, and couldn't help the shuddering feeling he was getting at current. After everyone departed the meeting, he had sent Genma and Sano Shiori, one of Tamari's jonin, with Azazel to stage the rescue. He had been getting this shuddering feeling. As if numerous people were making moves that he'll have to deal with, one way or another. Letting out a sigh, Naruto muttered to the window. "This is getting troublesome." "I heard that." Ino's voice in his head causing him to blink owlishly, surprised by her sudden appearance within his mind without the customary knock. Though, he pushed that aside for now and replied, "Ino, aren't you supposed to be interrogating the heroine right now?" "Just finished." "She isn't talking." "I haven't gone into her mind yet, waiting on Tenten and Sakura's analysis on the sacred gear before I do," Ino reported, and he nodded to that, the feeling transmitted to her, and so, she continued. "I reached out as I may not get back to you and finish my reports as Anko wanted the night off. She's been at it for a few days herself. I don't blame her for wanting a break for a night or two," Naruto replied calmly before sighing. "Great, no perfectly toned ass tonight." Sensing his disappointment, Ino giggled before replying, "I understand that feeling, baby. Hopefully, Mama will be done tomorrow and the day after I can ravage you." Naruto snorted loudly, grinning stupidly. "If I recall." "Don't start with me, Mr. Boyfriend." Ino hissed back. He could feel the heat from her blush from this part of the tower, not even needing the mental connection, and that made him chuckle deeply. After a few moments, Ino spoke again. "That being said, maybe you should spend some time with Cheyenne? She has been super patient with us both, and I feel guilty for monopolizing all the bedroom time." Nodding, Naruto replied softly, "That she has. I made her a promise too. You're still alright with TH?" This time Ino snorted, cutting him off and saying, "Idiot of mine, I was the one to suggest it. Despite all my bravado, I know full well that I physically cannot keep up with you. Look at just this morning." "True," Naruto conceded and felt her jealousy spike briefly, so added, "You were right. Being an Uzumaki shinobi and former Jinchuriki gave me unlimited stamina." Feeling her settle down at hearing that she was right, Naruto smiled as she replied, "Of course I am right. I know my stuff, you know." With a huff at the end, and he chuckles. Another brief stint of silence before he offered back, "I love you, Ino." Feeling her smile back at him, Ino offered, "I love you more than anything, Naruto." She then paused and added, "But I was totally serious about Cheyenne-chan. I won't forgive you for being a negligent boyfriend." Moving away from the window and back towards the door, Naruto replied, "I'm already going, my troublesome blonde girlfriend." Ino hissed and he chuckled again, closing the door behind him as he offered, "I'll ping you afterwards, okay? If not, I'll come visit you down there." Sighing, Ino replied softly, "Okay, take care of her, you hear? You know me, Ino." "I'll be gentle," Naruto replied softly but got a snort in return, Ino quipping back, "If I recall, gentle was not on your mind when we broke in your desk, or shower, or bed. If that's a complaint I hear." "I never said that, you did," Ino hisses, cutting her boyfriend off at the audacity of claiming that to be an actual complaint. Like seriously, she lost count at how many times she orgasmed. Just thinking about it. Damn it, Naruto whined, now incredibly turned on from the rogue thoughts she was leaking into his mind right now. She giggled sultrily before whispering lightly. Baby, I don't suppose you want to break in the office down here? Naruto paused on the last step to the ground floor and pondered how to explain that. The shock was evident in Ino's response. Seriously? The male blonde just shrugged, Naruto responding casually. What can I say? She is very persuasive. Arg, anyone else you've been fooling around with I should know? I thought everyone knew about me and her. Though we haven't actually had. Ino's snort cut her boyfriend off, and Naruto could picture her sitting back with arms crossed just under those fine peaks that were likely standing at attention awaiting his tongue. She growls, but it was clear it was out of defensive embarrassment that tells the Uzumaki that he was correct, and she didn't want to admit it. Growling again, Ino griped. I think I did too well in teaching you. Stop reading me! Shrugging, Naruto finally stepped down and found his quarry staring back at him with a light blonde brow raised in inquiry. Wiping the smirk of amusement off his face, he asks her. Say, Cheyenne, want to grab something to eat out in the Kitsune place down the street? Blinking once, twice, 3 times before it registered, Cheyenne's eyes seemed to sparkle like no other, and she nodded repeatedly with her face gaining a pink hue. Chuckling, Naruto added. Then, go get changed and we'll. She was already gone. Whistling to himself, Naruto asked. Who taught her to move that quick? I thought that was a body flicker. Ino commented, but Naruto shook his head and informed. That was pure speed. No chakra whatsoever. After a moment, he felt Ino's pout and mumbling of, How come you never take me out on dates? Because for the last few days we have been ticking off your list as fast as you can add to it. Naruto replied dryly, and for a moment, no response. It didn't last, as a very naught giggle echoed through his mind and a dreamy sigh followed after it, Ino commenting. Ah, right. How could I forget? Sighing, Naruto shook his head as he headed out towards the gate and replied. Do let her know that I'll be waiting at the gate. That snapped Ino out from erotica land, and she confirmed. Got your back, baby. Be gentle with her, Naruto. She's a civilian. I know, Ino. I know. Naruto whispered back before the connection dropped. Naruto was talking with the youngest of his Inuzuka pack girls by the name of Ascari, a year younger than him, and a Chunin. She is also the shortest at a cute 5'3", dark black hair, round face and near enough button nose. Unlike the other Inuzuka, she is rather soft-spoken and rarely ever speaks in anger, could be considered passive by comparison. Doesn't mean she's a pushover, unassertive, or afraid to challenge anyone who dares look down on her. Kiba found that out the hard way, 3 times. So, Naruto, Ascari whispered, twirling a finger around a few loose strands of hair that had escaped the low ponytail as she leaned against the outer wall. Seeing as his gaze was on her again, she had to avert her gaze from his chiseled frame that was free to see as he was in civilian clothes, a basic black t-shirt and cream-colored 3/4-length trousers. Stealing her resolve, Ascari continued. Are you free tomorrow evening? I have been working on my wind nature and my cardio. I was hoping, perhaps. The Inuzuka froze stiff upon feeling his body warmth nearly touching her skin as Naruto leaned into her ear, whispering slightly huskily, according to her later recollection. Asuka, you know how dangerous it is to try and solicit your pack leader without Hana's knowledge or consent. A swallow from the woman, yet her throat remained suspiciously dry. Why was her heart in her ear right now? She can't hear a thing. Stepping back, Naruto smiled at her while bopping her nose, snapping Ascari back to his face as he says, We'll talk another time. She nodded rapidly, not actually remembering what was actually said. Sensing her approach, Naruto turned back in time to see, no, too low a word. He was allowed to bear witness to the elegance of a woman who ordained his presence to be granted the privilege to stand within her radius. Swallowing so damn hard, Azazel heard it from his office in the underworld. Naruto could barely mutter a stupefied, Cheyenne! Standing there in the gateway was indeed the former priestess Cheyenne, formerly of Oni no Kuni, in a light white sundress and comfortable sandals, yet for some reason, she was just breathtakingly beautiful in such simple attire. She had only light makeup and hair was free of any restraints, yet glimmered in the late dusk sky. Her smile captivated his heart, and all three of them in attendance swore Naruto's heart had stopped. Idly, three also thought they felt a pout to end all pouts from somewhere high above. Cheyenne's gentle giggle did not break her boyfriend from his stunned state of mind, though she spoke anyway. Naruto-kun, are you ready to go? Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 10 Twilight Dawn. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Intelligence Department. Sighing, Ino flipped her brush around her finger while thinking of her boyfriend and the date he was currently on. This was picked up by the other occupant in the room, Elise, looking up from the wooden table and saw the distracted state her captor had. To distract her from the boredom she was experiencing, the heroine asks, "What's the matter, Crow? Realizing that I won't break?" Blinking twice, Ina looked back at the ginger-haired woman opposite her and replied distractedly, Nah, nothing like that. Just wondering how my boyfriend's date is going." Blinking olishly at that, Elise grew incredulous while asking, "Wait, you are allowing your boyfriend to date other women?" Sighing again, Ino dropped her cheek against her fist and replied, "Well, yeah. I know he loves me completely and that won't change. The problem is that I can't physically keep up with him, and the last thing I want to do is deny him his fill. That would drive a wedge between us, and I don't know how I could handle that." "You're crazy," Elise replied while shaking her long braided orange hair, a flush turning her pale skin crimson that began covering her freckles. That was amusing for the Yamanaka, who could tell how innocent this woman was. After a few moments of silent observation, Ino whispered softly, "Have you ever lost everything, Elise?" Growling, Elise quipped back, "The fact that I am here." Lifting her bound hands into view, shaking them frantically with a deadpan, earning an empty smile from Ino that somehow pacified even her prisoner. It wasn't menacing, it wasn't warming or even of pity. No, it was harrowing. Maybe even. Swallowing hard, Elise tried to moisten her throat a bit, but before she asked what was wrong, Ino spoke. "You and your friends call yourselves heroes, right?" Those solid teal blue, pupilless eyes vacantly stared into the light greens of the heroine known as Elise, who offered a stiff, silent nod. Ino continued, "So you guys go around saving people? Beating the bad guys and defending the weak and stuff, right?" The pale girl remained suspiciously still. The Yamanaka's smile didn't even twitch. After the prolonged pause, Ino stated as if a well-known fact, "My boyfriend is my hero, you know. Not just mine either." She shifted in her seat and placed her now clasped hands on the table, staring at them as she continued. "When I first met him, I thought he was loud, stupid, and not very cool. He sucked at everything we were taught, failing even the most basic of tasks and skills." Another small silence followed before Ino looked back at the redhead and smiled, that smile of nothingness. "Like you, I was young and naive. I never once contemplated, suspected, the burden he held back behind that goofy smile he always had. Nor the weight of responsibility he carried that would crush any less of a man, or the strength he held to face down the hatred of man and not yield to its crushing power." Sitting forward, eyes of steel slowly replacing the emptiness as the former Leaf Kunoichi continued. "Yet, despite that all, he was always a good person and never judged anyone on words alone, but by their actions and true intent." Elise just listened, assuming that there was a point to all this. Though, idly, she also wonders what kind of man this person she was being told about is. Ino was smooth in her telling. "Even as we grew older and wiser, I still thought he was naive on his worldview. That was until I was the one he saved. Dropping her hand into her palm again, she continued. It wasn't anything grandiose. It wasn't from the jaws of danger. The world was not at stake, nor was my life in jeopardy. He was just there. He came to me, and just by being there silently at my side, he drove away the darkness I was being consumed in. Ino's smile warmed at the recalling of those simpler times. Her tale did not stop here, of course. You may think that is a rather simple thing to do. Many might say that he didn't do much, but to me that was everything. Every time that darkness gained strength, closed in on me, his mere presence reminded me that I was stronger than it, and helped me drive it off. The smile remained warm, but the steel in her eyes sharpened to a razor's edge, as if a blade being held to her opponent's neck, and Elise swallowed hard while listening to the blonde. I am not the only one he has saved. He's done more for others, less for many, but to us all he is our hero. A man who stood against the very definition of the concept of evil and darkness, stared it down, and refused to yield even a millimeter of ground to its wickedness. The intensity picked up just as sharply as Ino continued. He charged head first into that darkness to protect those at his back, without a second thought, flinch, or hesitation in his strength to protect us all. That, Elise, is what I believe a hero is. What my fellows and I see as a basic prerequisite to be addressed as such. Those cornflower blues turned frigid, deathly cold, and filled with disgust as she addressed this pathetic little girl. So no, we do not see you or anyone like you who serves your so-called hero faction. Nor do we respect you enough to care about your well-being. You don't have to talk, but I will remind you that the only reason you still breathe is for the information we may gain from you. Leaning forward toward the girl, Elise instinctively moved back as Ino continued harshly. If we decide your usefulness alive is no longer worth the trouble, your death is certain. There are plenty of your kin running around, so your life isn't as important as you think it is. Standing abruptly, the former heiress turns back to the door, and as her hand rests on the handle she paused. The very nervous heroine was about to look up at her when Ino spoke calmly, in complete contrast to moments ago. Though I do admit to envy you in one aspect. That got Elise to snap up at the fallen, who was quick to answer the question on her lips. Your innocence is refreshing. Considering you consider us, mere fallen, to be your worst nightmares, and devils, your worst fears. With her piece said, Ino exited the interviewing room to go cool off after her little outburst. She's normally far more controlled than that. Why did she suddenly go off on that tangent, all of a sudden? Reaching the office at the end of the hall, Ino dropped onto the sofa while letting out a tired sigh and flopping across its length. Her thoughts were all over the place in a chaotic soup of a mess, and she was struggling to put words together to clear it out. Maybe meditation was in order. No, it was required. Elsewhere, strolling back from the restaurant was Naruto and Cheyenne. She was clinging to his arm, resting her head on his shoulder, as they made their way back home. It was a rather simple date night at a small diner, and was a surprise guest for the kitsune who run the place. The numerous other yokai there too didn't really know how to perceive this and kept their distance, respectably so. The duo were sat at a window booth and had a 3-course meal, chatted about their goals of the future. Naruto complained on the growing amount of paperwork, and Cheyenne chided him playfully about taking his role more seriously. It could be considered a rather bland, normal night to most, but Naruto knew this was what Cheyenne wanted more than anything. As a shrine maiden back in Demon Country, she had duties and training to tend to her entire life, thus denied the simpler things. All to prepare for the ultimate showdown with a particular demon who consumed her predecessor and mother. A duty she had help, not only completing, but ending the cycle entirely. Now that they were no longer on the run, no longer at war, no longer fearing for their lives every waking moment, Naruto wants nothing more than to help Cheyenne experience everything she had missed out on as a regular teenager. Him experiencing them too for the first time is just a happy happenstance. After paying for the food, Naruto got a tip from one of the kitsune at the counter about a forested path on the side of the kitsune lands, and earned a very healthy tip from the blonde in return. Thus, here they were on the forested path, surrounded by fireflies and the beauty of nature. He had told her they were taking the scenic route back home, and it was clear that the former priestess was not disappointed. About halfway through, Naruto asks his companion, "Say, Cheyenne, where do you want to be exactly in about 5 years?" Still smiling softly, Cheyenne hums in thought for a bit before replying softly, "Well, my duty is to pass down my teachings to the next generation of priestess." She tightened her hold on his upper arm slightly, serving as a reminder to the man of his promise to her, and he chuckled with her before she added, "That is still my goal. Even if my shrine no longer exists." Nodding as they continued to meander, Naruto hummed in acknowledgement and asked, "Maybe we could talk to Yasaka about you working at the shrine they have here? Or maybe build a replica of yours in the village?" Looking up at him, Cheyenne maintained a soft smile and shook her head before replying, "As grateful as I am for those thoughts, Naruto, I couldn't possibly be so selfish or imposing." Returning her gaze to their gorgeous surroundings, she continued, "My people and home are gone now, and I, like everyone else, am coming to terms with this reality. I will remember and honor them by passing down the teachings of my mother to my children, creating a legacy that will span generations." Nodding to herself once, Cheyenne finishes, "So that through them, those left behind will be remembered." She gently released him and jogged over to a bush of beautiful flowers on the side of the dirt path. Naruto watched her kneel down and smelled the blooming bulbs. Her excitement and joy was palpable. His smile was justified, her innocence another welcome break from the constant feeling of battle and work. Right now they were just two teenagers on a date. Not fallen angels, not a shinobi and a priestess. But just a boy and girl spending time together, making memories for a future yet determined. Strolling over towards his bubbly counterpart, Naruto hopes she never loses this side of her. Jinjugaku no High Saito, Night Tower. The next morning. Entering the office after being told to, Ino comes to find her boyfriend reading the reports from the two fallen from the Grigori that Hana and Shizuka brought in. Her approach caused him to look up and smile, offering, Hey there yourself, Whiskers," Ino says as she makes her way around the desk and drops onto his waiting lap, sharing the first kiss of the morning. Pulling back, she was quick to ask, "So, how'd last night go?" "It was great. Took her to that diner up the street," Naruto began, but she put a delicate finger across his lips, pausing him. Ino then asked, "Not that, but rather..." Licking her finger to get it off his lips, Naruto quipped, "We didn't go that far, ya horn dog." Surprised was the only thing that Ino felt at that moment, allowing him to let out a deep sigh, leaning back before explaining. "We could have, in all honesty. I know she wants to, but she seemed hesitant. No, more concerned about how it would change things." Ino nods, understanding that it would likely do just that, and so Naruto continued. "So I decided to escort her home, kiss her goodnight, and came back here to get an actual night of sleep instead." "Rather bold of you to assume," Ino began, but paused upon the look she got from him. Naruto stated far sterner. "It was as you said, Ino. She is a civilian, however she was also of the shrine. There is a lot of things she missed out on because of it. I want her to experience it all before we go down that path." Smiling gently, Ino nodded and snuggled up against him in his chair while whispering, "You really have matured a lot since back then." "I guess I have," Naruto whispered as he hugged her tightly, continuing after getting her comfortable on his lap. "I am a Kage now. I have to think about my actions a lot more. After all, my life is not just my own anymore." She hummed softly while listening to his heart beating in his chest, allowing the developing cozy atmosphere to bathe and soothe her troubled mind. She's been battling most the night. Ino's last conscious thought was, This is my light. My peace. Safely held within my hero's arms." After taking the snoozing princess to bed, Naruto returned to his office to finish reading up on the suspected locations of Kokubil's primary base of operations. A city called Sendai to the northeast. A place holding plenty of history regarding this land's own samurai warriors in an era now considered a distant past. In situations like this, It is truly obvious how out of world they were, as not long ago was he and those here were fighting alongside such samurai forces. Yet here, even they are considered as ancient. Same with the scattered records of ninja this world once had. Talk about culture shock, these ninja over the course of Japanese history were nothing but highly skilled infiltration specialists and intelligence gatherers that occasionally assassinated. No special powers, no chakra, but just highly trained people with keen eyes for their target. Despite obviously not holding a candle to them, their feats are to be commended, and even more respected to their dedication. Back on subject, Kokubile has since been ordered to return to his own sector, but none really believes he will, for long, or at all. So, while he is laying low for whatever reason, they should move to secure as much territory as possible and re-establish the Grigori chain of command over this sector. Their new primary objective here. Their secondary being the clearing out of any spies and foreign intelligence agents within the Yukai sphere of influence. Probably the most dangerous of the tasks and a diplomatic headache if they get caught, or identities leaked. Thus, a task force is going to have to be put together, and who better to lead it than Genma? As their own chief of security, the casual legend would be able to handle most things up to and including most the big guns. Kind of like sending a fox into a chicken coop, in all honesty. A point of concern is that of this hero faction, and their activities in the land. From the information they have on them, they are human supremacists that seek the return of humanity's land to their rightful owners, and the destruction of anything inhuman. Not very heroic of them, and Naruto knows most of his own are calling them the human asshats, or just the human faction, and he doesn't blame them nor bat an eye when either term is used on their paperwork. Obviously, this leads to the elephant in the room. The devils. At current, their race is split in two parts. The traditionalists in the form of the old Satan faction, that are pretty upfront on their goals and ambitions since their founding. Want to eradicate or enslave everyone else. The other side of that coin being the new devil faction. Progressives apparently. A far more civilized society that claims to be adapting to the times and oppose the archaic old Satan ways. All the Nightwing commanders, the Grigori brass, and the Fallen's two Seraphim are in full agreement that they are by far the biggest threat moving forward. They probably won't take too kindly to a more unified and disciplined Grigori, as by the scattered nature and internal fighting keeps us from being a real threat to their rise and power. It will also prevent them from, accidentally, forgetting to report any deaths or captures of any fallen they come across. Which leads into one of the biggest points of contention. The evil peace system. Used to bolster their numbers, by stealing from other, unrelated powers and factions, this system allows them to turn any into a half-devil and force servitude. Now, Naruto is a shinobi from a world full of them. Slaves are nothing new to him, but like any shinobi worth their salt, he would smash any slave rings he came across. It's a barbaric practice, and should not exist in such a supposedly progressive society, thus they are keeping a wide berth from them. However, they also can't dismiss them either, as those same evil pieces is what saved and converted them all into their current fallen angel forms. Hopefully, Omoi's new research and development team will figure out a way to create them, or a blueprint for something better based off them. Thankfully, as compensation for the trouble, Riser had been encouraged to forget about his own spare pieces, so they have a number of examples to study. A knock on the door broke the Kage from his trail of thoughts, Naruto looking up and called out, "Enter!" In came Temari and her squad consisting of Sano, Yoshi, and Shizuka. This got a risen brow from the sitting Kage, though the Wind Commander just smirked, hand on hip, Temari announcing, "We're ready for our diplomatic mission." Giving a once-over, Naruto inspected the choices for the meeting with the Heaven faction. Temari is a tried and tested battlefield leader, he has and does trust her with his life. This time, she's gone for her old black battle kimono style he hadn't seen since it's been a while. The Grigori insignia is on her left upper sleeve, and the Nightwing plate fastened to her purple obi. Sano Shiori was a career jonin of Suna during the war. A fellow fan wielder much like most her countrymen and new Kage, allegedly. With a slim figure that is taller than most at 5'10", she, like the other non-commanders, have remained in their standard Jonin attire. Black combat boots lead up into black cargos, gray belt and black, skin-tight top. She prefers it. Her gray Jonin vest had been modified to hold her battle fan, that is absent today, but she does have a pair of Tezsen on her wide hips. Her muted blonde hair previously reached her shoulder blades, but since the hidden shrine had been officially established, she has cut it to chin length with black hair pins keeping it from her delicate face. Yoshi Inuzuka is the tallest in the lineup, standing at a solid 6 foot. With slender but incredibly toned physique, she can come off imposing at time, which isn't helped by her sharp black eyes and a soft face. Black hair that is a partially spiked mess is pulled back into a high ponytail, leaving a rebellious single bang running down the left side of her face and just reaching her ear. As soon as Naruto's eyes finished their once-over, she gave him a smile and he nodded before inspecting the last member of the squad. Shizuka of Nadeshiko. Yeah, a bit of history between them, that he had dismissed at the time, but his coming to their defense during the war lit a fire within them. After that point, those that remained insisted on being his guard when on missions and rarely took no for an answer. Shizuka and he were the last ones off Nadeshiko, and he had held her, as she cried over the burning down of the island as they fled. There was nothing they could do at that point. Now here he was, staring into those brilliantly shimmering green eyes again, no longer so cold and bitter. Naruto finds himself smiling and nodding. She nods back in her standard issue Jonin attire, though up-armored with lower arm braces that led into armored gloves. Combat boots up to her knees, meshing perfectly with the leather plate armor over her thick thighs. Naruto has lost count of the amount of times Azazel has commented on being crushed between them. He wasn't the only one either. Every male fallen who has met her has said the exact same thing. Guess it's a common thing among them, besides their wings. The remaining non-standard loadout Shizuka and her Nadeshikos are equipped with our secondary kunai holders and utility belts. Legends say they carry everything, including the kitchen sink, seeing as they always seem to have exactly what is needed for any given situation. Naruto is just smart enough to not ask, wiser enough to know better than to dare. Finally, the last Kage looks back at his wind commander and asks, "I know better than to doubt your choices, Mari. But can I ask you to take Hanabi-chan with you?" Temari rose a brow at the request, asking as he takes out only 2 phones from the drawers. "I can, but are you sure the squirt is up to the task?" Shrugging, Naruto replied casually. "Alone, no. However, she seems to want to get into diplomacy, and as one of our best diplomats, who better than to train under you?" Smirking, Temari nodded firmly as she replied, "A solid reason and I accept the addition." "Good, though I expect nothing less than your best," Naruto states and got nods from the squad as a whole, so he continues. "Seeing as you aren't leaving the city, you'll get 2 phones assigned to your unit. Who gets them is your choice." Temari nodded as she collected both devices and returned to the line as he explains. "They are not personal devices. We've been briefed already." Temari cutting him off, handing one to Shizuka, and Naruto nodded then ordered. "Then, expect Azazel's arrival within the hour and I expect you at the main gate to meet him on time. Until then, you are dismissed." Nodding, they saluted before heading out. As expected though, Shizuka bowed her head with a playful wink and got a chuckle from Naruto as she left. Idly, he notices her swaying hips and long ebony ponytail reaching that very fine ass, no doubt, toned to perfection. As is customary with all Nadeshiko kunoichi. Just as the door shuts, Naruto's phone goes off and displays a name he was not expecting to see. After a moment of consideration, he answers it with a casual, "I must admit this is a surprise, Katerina. I suppose one may say that, yes. Is this a social call or?" "Social is what I would like to say, however some news has come to my attention that I think you would be interested in." "You have my attention." "One of my trusted lieutenants overheard that Warmonger is preparing forces to head to your domain." Naruto hums as he turns his chair to face the window as he answers, "I am somewhat aware of that, Katerina. Do you have a timeline for me?" "Only, how do they say? Generality, I think? But no more than 4 months." That sounds like an invasion, Naruto murmured, and she replied instantly. Thus me contacting you. Will you be ready? I can gather my people and be there in time. Let me get back to you, Naruto replied as he stood from his desk and stood toward the glass pane before continuing. I have a few leads from a pair of his subordinates I have been entertaining. Depending on how things turn out, I may call you back. Katarina's chuckle was rather dainty, tinged with a slight bloodthirst and no hidden amount of amusement that was audible in the tone of her reply. Ah, how wonderfully ruthless of you, Pupsik. Should I expect such things from the myth of the Nightwings? No? We do what has to be done, Naruto replied surprisingly easily and without much thought or hesitation. He blinks at that, wondering why, but Katarina's voice cut that trail of thoughts off. You are certainly an interesting player in this game. I look forward to this dance of yours. How it entwines and ensnares that brute. I suspect you won't be disappointed, Naruto replied as he spots Genma, sneaking out the back of a house, and being waved off by Kurenai. Oh, that sly dog, there isn't a man alive who doesn't recognize that walk. Again, Katarina's delicate, ladylike chuckles drew him back to his ongoing call as she spoke. In that case, I bid you well. I shall call again soon. Take care of yourself, Katarina. Naruto replies and hears her smooth hum, that echoed slightly, so maybe she was drinking wine or something. Presumably swallowing before replying to him. And you, Pupsik. 50 minutes later. Naruto reaches the ground floor to find Cheyenne and Hanabi working the front desk. Both immediately look up at him and smiling or deadpanning at him. Sighing, the only male strolls up to and pecks his girlfriend on the lips, then asks, How are you this fine day, Cheyenne? Great, now that I got my afternoon kiss. Cheyenne giggles with a beaming smile and Naruto nodded before offering, Let's grab lunch? After I finish up? She nodded and he beams before turning back to his still upset little sister, sighing so dramatically as he approached her. In return, Hanabi huffed and turned away. So adorable, Naruto muses as he wrapped his arms around her smaller frame and whispered softly in her ear. I am sorry, my adorable little sister. I just wanted to come give my awesome little sister a quick hug and pep talk for her first official mission. She remained silent for a moment, not mentioning the fact that she had scooted closer to him, but listened carefully as he added. I also wanted to tell my awesome little sister that, if she performs well under Temari's direction, then I will teach her my clan style as a reward. Really? Hanabi's voice was low, missed by the nearby Cheyenne, but heard by the enhanced senses of Naruto, who nods and tightened the embrace. I am a man of my word, no? It took a moment before she nodded. Hanabi then replied, I am still mad at you, Nisan. She actually felt him flinch from those words and was glad for it. Now knowing her stupid brother figure pays attention to her words also made her chest warm. On the other end of that, Naruto did indeed wince, now knowing just how mad she was. The downgrade from Chan to San hit surprisingly hard. He treasures all his connections and suddenly this unexpectedly close one had been strained. Swallowing hard, he then contemplated reinstating the shared bed rule. No, he can't do that. She's a big girl and... Sighing, Naruto whispered, suspecting he'll regret this. If you get a flawless report on this mission, we can sleep together tonight. Her perking up was immediate. Snapping back to him, Hanabi asked for clarification. Like the whole night? No clone, but you... Nodding once stiffly, ignoring the giggling at his back from Cheyenne, Naruto held out a pinky finger. What do you say? I promise, Ni-chan. Hanabi's immediate response, hooking her little finger with his and flushed cheeks as she beams at him. Turning back to Cheyenne, Naruto was about to speak but she waved him off and said, I will grab something and meet you in your office. You're awesome, Cheyenne-chan. Naruto's response, and she nodded before shooing him off. The two shinobi departed and left the former priestess to chuckle to herself at the sight. On the way through the village, Naruto was listing things off. Your kunai pouches are fully stocked. I am not stupid, Ni-chan. Hanabi snipped, but he didn't seem to listen as he asked. What about bandages? Of course, she replied with a risen brow looking to him. Naruto then nodded and asked, Anti-venom and anti-poison? Hanabi rolled her eyes to hide the smile she definitely did not have on her face, as she pretended to whine. Ni-chan. A chuckle drew both of their attention to Temari, who was approaching the gate too and spoke once they converged. You really are a doting older brother, huh? Naturally. Naruto quipped back, arms folded with an exaggerated flair and confident smirk, getting a louder chuckle before he announced. After all, Hanabi-chan is our best little sister, no? Glancing to said Kunoichi, her cheeks a flaming pink, Temari couldn't help but grin and join in the tomfoolery by affirming. I could not agree with you more there, Naruto. Hanabi was sure she was going to die of embarrassment at this rate. How could she forget that the idiot brother of hers was a prankster, and she had to go play the angry card, and now he was clearly getting her back. Stupid brother. Wordlessly, Hanabi stomped ahead of the cackling and scheming blondes. Said blondes wore matching grins as they followed after her. At the gate, Naruto and Temari, along with her squad of Sano, Yoshi, Shizuka, and Hanabi watch as Azazel comes in to land in front of them with a grin as he bellows. All right then. We all set? Naturally. Temari snipped back, face blank and unreadable along with the others, before turning back to Naruto and asking, Are you sure you don't want to? I have a growing mountain of crap to get through. Naruto reported with a grunt, glancing to Genma on the gate guard duty, which isn't actually a duty, it is just something that was silently agreed upon by the Jonin. Temari nodded once, though he spoke again. That being said, call Kuratsuchi if you're in need of a bit of extra firepower or authority. Doubt you'll need it seeing as lust for brains is with you. Azazel griped, getting deadpans from literally every single person in attendance. He looked away, not for any amount of shame, he had none, but to check the time via glancing up at the sky. Naruto then offered. Good luck, all of you. The five nodded and spread their wings before taking flight, following after Shizuka, who was one of the original members of the assault on the cathedral and knew where it was. Azazel on her wing to follow. With them gone, Naruto turns back to Genma and asks, Grab Anko and meet me in my office in an hour. We got a few things to discuss. The man nodded calmly and Naruto vanished in a swirl of leaves. Kyoto, abandoned cathedral. Arriving outside the perimeter of the cathedral's grounds, the fallen group land gracefully and come face to face with Yasaka, Sei, and Tialara. The leader of the faction rose a brow at the lack of cadre present, which Azazel answered. Apparently they have a lot of paperwork to get through. Nodding, Yasaka does recall that she was partly responsible for the delays seeing as she sought them out a day earlier than they told her. Looking over the group, she can only assume that they were chosen for this assignment for a reason, though the younger girl among them was the one with strange eyes. She wore a darker yellow kimono than before with red embroidery of lilacs, a red obi with a black cord around and tabi with sandals. It was in a similar design to that of Temari, if she recalls her name correctly, and had weapon holders barely hidden beneath the fabric. It was a very real reminder that the Nightwings were really all from a world full of highly skilled assassins, who train from an early age that such a young child being armed is not unusual, nor being ready for battle and then being comfortable in doing so. Before Yasaka could say anything after her inspection, she noticed that they all stiffened and snapped towards their meeting place in unison. Azazel grinned, while glancing back at his escorts for now and then said, Looks like my sister has come too. She must be interested in you all too. Obviously, the arrival of a pure seraphim did not go unnoticed by any of the Nightwings. Back at the compound, Naruto and Cheyenne both stopped eating and were staring out the window. Ino had awoken too and was following this signal. Kuratsuchi was in the IWA office, that was more like the construction warehouse at this point, and staring in the same direction. Genma, Hana, and Shikamaru were by the inside of the gate, staring at the cathedral's direction. All of them were ready to act on a dime, should things turn hostile. Azazel, though, waved them off and clarified. Relax, guys. She's largely harmless. As gentle as the sun's rays. He was cut off by a cheer of Azazel! All following the voice to find none other than Azazel called back. Gabriel, Raphael. Good to see you again. Both pure angels step out and the blonde, now known as Gabriel, waved childishly at them all. She was obviously an extremely attractive and beautiful woman, without doubt. Shimmering, curly blonde hair atop of a voluptuous figure that was eating away at the seasoned kunoichi's egos. That level of curvature is supernatural and couldn't possibly be so perfect otherwise. At her side was a shorter man, 10 wings, and a deadpan that rivaled a certain Kazekage, though his blonde hair was similar to the seraphim. He genuinely looked like he wanted to be anywhere but here. Probably a smart type. The Nightwing's hesitation was missed as Azazel moved through the gate into the badly kept garden, Yasaka a few moments later, but the kunoichi all looked to their own leader. Temari took a deep breath and discreetly steadied her own heart, before heading into the wild garden. This obviously drew the attention of both pure angels, and they stare at the 5 ladies with curiosity. A barely concealed expression, which gave the kunoichi a sense of danger as the woman stepped towards them, but thankfully Azazel stepped between both parties, drawing eyes to him. The governor had noticed it, a little late, some might say, but the Nightwings were on edge to an insane degree. Azazel knew better than anyone else present just how dangerous the current situation was becoming. When his siblings met his stern visage, he spoke calmly. I think you two should introduce yourselves from here. Gabriel's eyes flowed from her brother then to the children, then back to Azazel, and nodded slowly, before looking back at the young ones. She bowed her head and announced, Right, okay. How do you all do? I am one of the 4 great seraphs, and was gifted the name of Gabriel. She finishes with a beautiful, gentle smile that could soothe any normal mortal being. However, it had the opposite effect on the kunoichi, all tensing notably this time, and Azazel was growing concerned. It confused both pure angels too. Yasaka was just watching from the side and was equally confused. Obviously, none were aware that gentle auras always raises the suspicion levels of any shinobi worth their kunai in weight. In the experience of well-trained shinobi, no one is that gentle that puts people at ease without an ulterior motive. They just hide it better. Raphael stepped forward, eyes darting towards him, and observed him introducing himself. Good day. My name is Raphael, cadre and guardian of the throne. I am also a member of the 4 great seraphs. I have been intrigued by your group since I first found you assaulting this very cathedral. The tense atmosphere remained before the leader stepped forward and introduced herself. Unfortunately, Raphael-sama, I was not part of those missions, but I am Temari, commander of the wind unit of our outfit. Raphael nodded back, clearly contemplative of that short amount of information when Gabriel beamed and says, Temari-chan then. Temari nearly recoiled outright, but managed to control herself enough to just nod before gesturing to her team to introduce them. Yes, Gabriel-sama. This squad of mine is formed of members of our numerous units, but allow me to introduce Sano, Yoshi, Shizuka, and Hanabi. Each one nodded at their name to allow them to connect each to each. Gabriel waved at them all gracefully, though now could see how tense and on edge these children were. She did not know why. As I explained, Azazel began, gaining attention from most and continuing smoothly. These children have been isolated from everything and only now are experiencing the world at large. Take things slowly so they can get accustomed to being in your presence. Temari rose a brow at the cover-up, unsure how effective it would be or how well it will hold up. They had near enough no detailed information on the Heaven faction, so she had to trust in him. Truly, a terrible position for any kunoichi to be in, especially. Nodding and understanding, both pure angels reigned in their auras slowly until the children were able to relax enough to no longer tense, and held it there. Raphael was the one to break the developing silence by asking, Then, may I ask what your objectives are moving forward? It was Azazel who answered. Due to their flawless records, I have tasked them with improving our relations with the Yukai of Kyoto. It was pretty bad until recently. Yasaka nodded and added, They have proven to be trustworthy and effective in aiding us with the few tasks we have assigned them. Again, both members of the Four Greats inclined their heads and made their own decisions about how to proceed more feasibly in that case. Raphael then asked, "Then maybe we too can possibly be involved with their operational decisions?" Azazel, Yasaka, and Temari rose brows at that while Gabriel spoke next. "After all, none of you fell yourselves, no? Even now, I can see that you are not like the others who did. You want to ally with us?" Temari asked carefully, eyes fixed on the 12-winged woman, and upon Gabriel's nod, Yasaka asked, "Even though they have been assigned to me and my own? That makes things a lot easier." Gabriel cheered with a beaming smile. Again, the QB rose a brow and asked, "How so?" It was Raphael who proposed. "A three-way alliance." Nodding frantically, Gabriel added, "We also believe and hope to offer training alongside our own. We also hope to learn more about these children moving forward." Azazel looks to Temari, who looked back blankly, before they both looked to the pure angels with the fallen's governor inquiring, "Your own? The young exorcists of tomorrow. Hopefully, moving forward we may create a new understanding and introduce a new pathway for us all." Gabriel clarified with so much hope in her voice, it was nerve-wracking for the kunoichi. After a few moments of silence, Raphael then added, "Cooperation for peace." Temari was about to speak when Azazel spoke first. "I never considered that, but it may work." He then looked to Yasaka and asked, "What do you think about that?" Yasaka thought on it for a few moments before speaking up. "I am not opposed to the idea, though there should be defined terms and conditions to protect all parties against being excluded or exploited." Getting nods from the other sides, but Temari spoke up. "I will have to talk with the others. I am not sure how they would all feel about it." "Your cadres?" Raphael asked and got nods from the Nightwings, and Azazel grunted, before saying, "I will convince him." Looking around, Gabriel asked innocently, "Speaking of cadres, where is he?" "Busy with paperwork," Temari informed, but Hanabi snipped. "More like having lunch with that stupid team." All eyes looked to the youngest present, and she suddenly slapped her hand across her mouth in seeming embarrassment at her action just now. She is so not getting that bonus now. No, maybe she could fix this, and so stepped forward and bowed towards their guests, Hanabi then offering, "Forgive my poor language and speaking out of turn. It was unbecoming of my character, and hope you do not see that as a reflection of my character, nor that of my fellows." She was suddenly tackled and brought into a hug by Gabriel, who squealed at the absolute cuteness of the young teen and twirled her around while cheering about the adorableness of her apology. The Seraphim was blissfully unaware that the other Nightwings, initially taken off guard by the speed at which she moved, had leaped back into a combat circle, defensive stance with kunai out and rippling with various elements in preparation to rescue their own. The only thing that halted their counterattack was Azazel's swift hand raising. Raphael too had noticed their readiness to attack, in clear defense of one of their own, yet their discipline was also displayed by the fact that a single hand gesture was able to halt their, no doubt, reflexive action. Finely tuned combat instincts, but absolute control and precision despite the minute time of action. Most impressive. Gabriel only realized she was suffocating the girl against her bust when her 4 black wings began flapping around, wildly and uncoordinated. Thus, she released her tightened grip and let her down, allowing Hanabi to gasp out for air. Coughing and wheezing from the young one caused her to chuckle nervously. It was only then the strongest woman in heaven noticed the other pure fallen stances and readiness to strike from the distance they were holding, in a semicircular fashion with weapons rippling with both holy and elemental powers. Gabriel rose both hands and smiled while offering, "Ah, forgive me. I just couldn't help myself." None of them moved, eyes fixated on her every twitch. This, however, allowed the pure angels to really look at the energy they were putting out. It wasn't like anything they had seen before. Sure, heaven had access to holy lightning and fire, but they had never seen holy winds nor holy water used in such a way. Blinking, it was Gabriel who noticed it first. "That's strange. You feel like Yukai too." It was puzzling, but Azazel ordered, "Stand down, you 4. She meant no harm." Temari, Sano, Yoshi, and Shizuka released their stances. Their weapons holstered, but they kept their distance out of a sense of caution. Hanabi too backed away and put some distance from the seraphim. That was until Raphael seemed to understand and put voice to his new theory. You aren't pure fallen but rather a kind of reincarnated ones. Similar, but not the same to the devils. All froze beside the two present seraphim. Gabriel, who had figured that out when hugging Hanabi, nodded and said, Yes. I sensed that too. Along with a power similar to that of the yokai but, as you said, not the same either. Their souls too are different from anything I have felt before. Sighing, it seemed his siblings had caught on, Azazel explained. As always, you are sharp enough to see through my deception. Taking a seat on one of the benches beside Yasaka, the Nightwings moving to his rear, giving the two pure angels a wide berth, he continued. I only did it to protect them from any of your more passionate members. Not sensing any deception in his words, both pure angels nodded and took the bench seats on the opposite side of the stone path. Before the governor could continue the tale, Temari asked, Are you sure that it is wise to tell them, Azazel-sama? He may be a bit upset at you. Waving her off, Azazel chuckled with a smile and announced, I plan on having him replace me someday. I think it would be best to inform them sooner rather than later. He may only be a cadre, but I want someone who could lead you all to lead the rest too. Hanabi was quick to say. But Nisama said, I said one day, Hanabi-chan. Give it time. Azazel spoke over the youngest present, though Yasaka noticed how he announced Naruto as a cadre and not the seraphim that they both knew him to be. Guess that will come later. So I see. Raphael began with a nod, lifting his head from his finger resting against his lips and meeting his brother's gaze and saying, Then the cadre I mentioned earlier. He is the one who leads us directly. Shizuka speaking now, drawing eyes to her frame that compared loosely with the female seraphims, if only in her mind, and explains. As you had brought up earlier, he was the one who led our assault on this very place and the elimination of the rogues. We were able to rescue their captives and return them home. Your souls then? Gabriel asked softly, clear signs of worry in her tone, but it was for naught as the Nightwings all smiled warmly. Temari was the one to put voice to their collective thoughts. Lady Gabriel, we know what it is to know loss and suffering. She shared a brief look with her fellows, each nodding at her one after the other before turning back to the seraphim before her. Temari continued. I will not speak of specifics, we do not know you well enough yet, but I can say this with certainty. We made this choice to save our precious person. Our hero who saved us from the darkness of despair and death. Standing taller and at attention, she explained. I personally cannot explain it as well as some of my fellows, so I will borrow the words of someone else to do so. All eyes were on the former Suna princess as she does so. Our leader is the light that saved us all from the darkness that threatened to consume us. He shielded all that he engulfed, and shouldered our burdens. Even when the darkness surrounded us, he did not fall. He did not bend, and he certainly did not yield to it. He gave us his word, and that was all he needed to stand against the rage and hatred that tried to end us. The smile faded as she sighed, Temari commented. Even when the darkness cut him down, his heart stopped. The other Nightwings looked away. They too haven't gotten over their greatest failure. Hanabi was glaring but at nothing. Yasaka too sighed, recalling those memories she had seen. Sei too looked uncomfortable, but she was also hoping that things got better for that cadre. The pure angels remained silent as Shizuka took over. Despite that, drawing all eyes to the raven-haired beauty, her determination glinting fiercely in her emerald eyes. He never goes back on his word and managed to pull himself back, as if death was a mere afterthought. Stand up against the evil forces that tried trample on us, his precious people, and once again proved his words true. Impossible. Gabriel gasped at the thought of a mere mortal shrugging off death with seeming ease. Raphael too was a little perplexed at such a claim. Azazel, though, backed up his greatest subordinate's words and confirmed. I was skeptical at first too. As was I. Yasaka announced, corroborating the tale, knowing that her fellow Kyuubi had chosen expertly, and was the reason she trusted his words. Though, maybe she needs to adjust how she interacts with them a bit to show it. You know this story, Lady Yasaka? Gabriel asks, and the Kyuubi nodded, Yasaka explaining. Not only do I know it, Lady Gabriel, but they have showed me it in great detail. Experienced it as if we were there, fighting alongside them. Sei reported promptly with a delicate nod. This made both agents of heaven contemplate this further, allowing Temari to continue. Thus, when Azazel offered us a place among his forces and promised to save our fallen hero, we ultimately decided that his light needed to be saved. We have yet to regret our decision, mostly. She gave a razor-sideways glance at the fallen governor, who looked away as he knew how much she disliked him putting the moves on their female members, her more so as she had stated vehemently that she was a spoken-for woman. Temari had long made her grievances known to said man via razor winds, vacuum slashes, and fan hits, and now knows better. Raphael then speaks up. Then, assuming you will tell us the full story later, what is it that you now seek? Temari looks to the angel and informed. To set roots and help wherever we can. We were given this second chance. In your words, we were blessed with this opportunity. So, while we settle down and raise our families, we help out anyone who asks for it. At the moment, Lady Yasaka has been accommodating our presence, and we are helping back in return. Getting a nod from the Kyoto leader, though Azazel spoke next. Thanks to them, we are also able to straighten out my other forces. Patriotism is growing and more of our fellows are returning to the fold on their own volition. He chuckled lightly with a growing grin, announcing further. I know most my cadres are reigning in their subordinates. Many of my upper members are trying to showcase their talents in hopes of gaining their attention and joining the ranks of the truly elite. Due to that, we are rolling out a new system I call the Legion System, they being the first. Legion System? Is that this reincarnation system of yours? Raphael asked, but Azazel shook his head and decided to explain both. The Legion System allows cadres and select 8-wing members to establish themselves as leaders of their own groups under the umbrella of the Grigori. We are still working on the details of it, but we are basing it off them. He gestured to the 5 at his back, Azazel announced. They are members of the 1st Grigori Legion, the Night Wings. Sparkling eyes seemed to be Gabriel's forte at the brightness of hers right now, causing sweat drops from said members. Azazel continued to explain. They all have their bases of operations. Cadres will have their primary base and allowed up to 4 sub-bases that can be managed by 8-wing commanders. Just like the Night Wings have established. Nodding in understanding, Raphael then asks. Then, the reincarnation system? That is unrelated to the Legion system. Azazel states with a sigh, though added swiftly. As it stands, we consider it a one-off due to the situation the Night Wings were in. However, it is a completely self-maintaining system. It can't be forced upon anyone or it will fail. The person has to desire to be a fallen for it to work. Last thing we wanted was a second evil peace system. Gabriel beamed at that, nodding her acceptance at the forethought before asking. Then, you were all humans who accepted to become fallen, to help save your leader then? Upon their nods, she beamed brighter as she cheered. Such love and kindness! If I didn't know already, I would think you to be among our ranks. Raphael nodded too while offering. Yes, a missed opportunity. Our holy saint system is still being developed. Azazel chuckled, hiding his relief that the system he had suspected they were working on was indeed real and not yet functional. That being said, he doubts the Night Wings would suit Heaven's needs and strict regulations. They probably would have all fallen by now and back within his ranks anyway. Clearing those thoughts along with his throat, he began. Now that you know, what will you do now? I personally do not have anything against this collaborative effort. Maybe have all the reincarnated members of both factions working together with Kyoto acting as the base, under Yasaka's guidance and oversight? Yasaka looked at the governor, wondering why he would suggest that. He's basically giving her the keys to a house full of some of their potentially strongest members. Gabriel bounced in her seat as she and Raphael thought about it. A joint task force seeking a peaceful coexistence and mutual understanding. It could work and give them a chance to bestow guidance to this new breed of fallen, while monitoring them at the same time. A win-win situation. Raphael was the first to agree. I am agreeable to this. With a third-party oversight and partial control of such a joint task force. Perhaps, if willing, you could part with some insight regarding your experience with the reincarnation process. Azazel nodded. That was a fair trade, he supposed. He may oppose the limitations his old home once imposed on him and his fellows, but any hatred he had for them had long since faded. This olive branch of peace is most certainly welcomed. Now, how to bring the devils into this, though, a part of him doesn't really feel inclined to do so. Gabriel jumped up and cheered. Of course. I want to meet everyone though, like, how many are there of you all? How old are you? Oh, Hanabi-chan, who does your hair? My Nisama does sometimes. He's been really busy, but he is super cool and important and… Hanabi froze, catching the fact she fell into her recently developed habit. Damn it. This woman is messing with her sensibilities. Everyone chuckled lightly at her embarrassment. Gabriel just cheered faintly, clapping her hands in approval, further embarrassing the young Hyuga. Azazel stands abruptly, approaching his sister with a smile and hand outstretched. So, an agreement then? A non-aggression pact pending future talks and cooperation. Beaming, Gabriel nods and takes up her brother's hand while replying. Yeah. Sounds great. Though I will have to talk with Michael and Uriel. Metatron might want to meet these people first though. You know how he can get. Sighing, Azazel nodded and mumbled. Right, forgot about him. Blinking upon realizing something, the Archangel of Lust spoke up. Actually, I think Metatron will love these guys so much he may not want to leave. This got risen brows from those who knew of the cadre in question with the recently arrived at the huddle, Yasaka asking. And why do you say that, Azazel-san? Bellowing loudly, Azazel jerks a thumb back over his shoulder at the Nightwings in question and informs. Why else? These guys are certified ninja. The real deal. Earning a shocked Gabriel and an understanding Raphael, it explains how they were able to escape him then. Annoyed at that information getting out, Temari corrected the fool by clarifying. The official term is shinobi. Kunoichi in our case. Shizuka adds with a glare at the idiot known as Azazel, who pointedly ignores them all as he was proud that his ranks were filled with the mythically mysterious warriors of this nation's history. Sighing herself at the unnecessary disclosure of such sensitive information, Yasaka cleared her throat and said instead. Right, well, shall we call this the… Pausing and thinking on a suitable name for all of a moment, she grins as she finishes. The Twilight Accords? The blending of both night. Yasaka looks to Azazel's black wings, then over to Gabriel's white ones before ending smoothly. And day. A fitting tribute to both sides and our poetic touch to finish it off. Again Gabriel beams like the sun, nodding frantically, while Raphael nods singularly. He appreciates the sincerity in the unifying gesture by including all parties equally. Azazel was pumped. This went better than he had hoped. On the other hand, Temari was nervous. They have only barely settled, named their home, and were now planning on clearing out the numerous spies that will no doubt leak this information immediately. This is way too soon for such a move to be played and kept under wraps. How the hell is she going to tell Naruto that Azazel just formed? Pause. Right, this was all Azazel's fault and doing. Not her fault. Thus, all she has to do is ensure that they aren't caught out in the fine print. Easy enough for her to do and manage. Though, the only non-negotiable will likely be access to Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, or knowledge of its exact location. Sure, the Yukai and Fallen Brass know where it is, but that knowledge is not allowed to be written down. Some of the Yukai clan leaders may have heard the term, a few may have pondered on its meaning, but very few have given it much thought with even less inquiring further. They have no reason to either. That will likely change when the new security sweeps begin next week. Rubbing her brow in annoyance, Temari just let out a tight breath which drew most eyes to her, and when looking back up and noticing this, she informed casually. "Good luck explaining this to him, cause I won't be." Azazel chuckled nervously and Yasaka smirked foxily, looking forward to seeing it, but a small portion of her mind too was nervous. Gabriel giggled saintly, idly wondering just how protective a man was that he was able to overcome death, even temporarily. She had come to reason, and if her brother had jumped the fence a bit too hastily. Raphael too was of the same mind, but was less worried and more intrigued than anything else. A fellow cadre among the ranks of this group of young reincarnated fallen who bear no original sin and genuinely wish to help where they can. No doubt, they will be helpful moving forward. He will handle this more directly, and hopefully help finish off their own system soon enough. This alliance should be able to do great things. The party that had gathered in this abandoned part of Kyoto, in the wild garden of the destitute cathedral, had no idea that within the next day news of this budding alliance would indeed reach the many factions with vested interests in the region. The term Twilight Alliance slipping from many lips in various forms, though their fellows of gold were particularly interested in the outcome of such a union. Underworld, Phoenix Estate. Eubeluna led her king into the family hall of the manor, to which they were summoned to, and found that his parents had company over in the form of Satan Lucifer and the Gremry house. Not even batting an eye, Riser moves to the table's side where his parents sat and sat wordlessly. What surprised most was the fact that the normally flamboyant young man wasn't eyeing up the young Gremry heiress or her queen that were in attendance, and held the same vacant look of boredom since he got back home after his captivity. Many suspect it has to do with that mysterious fallen, known by Devilkind as the Storm Angel of Tokyo. Clearing his throat, drawing eyes, Surzex began with, "Thank you for joining us, Riser-san. Do you know why we are here?" "Not particularly, Lord Lucifer." Riser sighed out, looking to the man after he finished speaking and barely seemed interested. His own parents sighed at this. Nothing really seemed to interest their son anymore. Though, the Gremry house were surprised at this new third son. A complete departure compared to the last time they interacted. The Satan's eyebrows rose at the lethargic tone. His maid and queen glared death, but nothing seemed to bother the phoenix. Surzex cleared his throat again, and continued on anyway. "Well, let me explain it to you then. Due to the actions you and your peerage had taken during the Tokyo incident, leading to your subsequent incarceration and decimation of said peerage." This was a shock for the youngest Gremry in the room. She had only heard rumors regarding the so-called Tokyo incident, and the casualties resulting from it, but to hear that Riser was at the center of it all. Though news that his peerage was wiped out is most certainly a good thing too. Means that her own plan has a better chance of working. Surzex continues. "It has been decided that your engagement to the Gremry heiress is to be postponed indefinitely pending review. If you are found at fault, it will be terminated." The only one startled by that news was the woman in question, who shot up and looked to her elder brother in disbelief. Though, she went ignored in favor of observing the reaction of the recently released Phoenix. Or rather, the lack of reaction. Riser just let out a sigh, before standing up and looking to the Satan while asking, "I have said all I know of my time in their custody. These personal guards and lapdogs of the governor of the fallen weren't very talkative. As for my peerage..." He steps clear of the table before shrugging and adding, "With my pieces missing and only Eubeluna left, we are both clearly not in the best of shape for anything right now. Getting a new set will take years if not decades, maybe even centuries." "Your pieces are missing? Since when?" Surzex asked seriously, eyes pinned on the casual youth before him. The third son of the Phoenix house just shrugged, Riser claiming, "I checked this morning for them, but couldn't find or sense them anywhere." Now this was a problem, and Surzex was hesitant to call upon Azazel on this after their rather hostile encounter. He supposedly went out of his way to find and recover Riser, using his new personal guard unit too. He guesses it is comparable to him gathering his peerage to rescue a two-winged fallen. Highly impractical and somewhat overkill. Yet they still can't be sure that he didn't have a hand in it. Though if they take his words for truth, then likely, this Helios character may have the answers they need. Problem with that being that he is supposedly on the run from the best the Grigori have, and no doubt members of the personal guard will be close behind. Sending their own after him will definitely reach back to Azazel and might even cause another flare-up between the two factions. Furthermore, if that 8-winged storm angel is anything to go by as a measuring stick for these personal guard units. Sighing, Surzex pushes aside those thoughts and focuses back on the standing phoenix while saying, "In that case, I am fully dissolving the contract as per the Gremry House's request. You have caused a lot of friction between us and the fallen angels due to you and your queen's negligence, causing the deaths and injuries of at least 100 of your kin." The Phoenix House members present lowered their heads in shame, while the Gremry heiress's smile could have been mistaken for the son she was so happy. Ruvel, who was present at his own request and standing beside the Satan, asked his brother, "As ashamed as I am of you, brother, we need one last thing from you." He tosses down 2 pictures of magically enhanced and restored photographs onto the table, in plain view of those present, drawing Reiser's attention. The youngest son of the house stepped forward to see the visage of a busted blonde and a lean white-haired man, in strange uniforms. Ruvel asked sternly, face etched in stone and arms crossed, "Can you identify them for us?" Picking up both pictures, Reiser announced while turning around the white-haired, dark-skinned one first. "He was the one to take out my peerage members. If he was a devil piece, I'd say he was a knight but moved with even greater swiftness and had the strength to overpower my rook head-on." Both Surzex and Ruvel nod to that, having seen the recording, but the other devils in attendance swallowed hard. The heiress of the Gremry House was both in awe and curious of the teenaged-looking man's capabilities. Maybe a new piece if she can find and convince him. Flipping around the gorgeous blonde, with a body that rivaled those in attendance with glowing golden eyes and coated in yellow lightning, Reiser explained with a stupid grin and pink cheeks. She, however, is a different type of beauty. Her raw magic output made my flames feel like a mere candle against the storm she can call forth." Turning it back around to gaze on her form once more, he continues, "If I had to liken her to a piece, it would either be a king or queen, maybe a hybrid of both, seeing as it only took her one strike to deal with each of us at our strongest." Everyone gulped at that, besides Surzex and Ruvel, who knew that already. That was not the strength of a mere 8-winged fallen. Prior to this revelation, it was believed that only cadres had access to elemental powers alongside their holy magic. Has the game now changed? Have the fallen evolved into something new? One last question. Surzex asked carefully, breaking the room's silence smoothly as he leans back into the provided seating at the table's head. Upon seeing Reiser finally look up from the photograph to meet his gaze, he inquires, "Does the term Nightwing mean anything to you?" Neither Reiser nor Eubelina showed any reaction to it, with the former shaking his head and replying, "No, it does not, Lord Lucifer. Should it? It was just a hunch." Surzex lied believably, not wanting to spread this around too much, but Ruvel answered instead, maybe it was out of concern or fear, it was hard to say. "We have reason to believe the term Nightwing is the official name of Azazel's personal guard unit. We have few details regarding them besides their name, what you have provided, and what Azazel has told us of." "So these two belong to such a unit?" Reiser commented swiftly, easily connecting the dots and believing that such power was likely respected within the fallen angels. Ruvel nodded firmly as he added, "We believe that, yes. As a warning, do not leave the grounds until you are fully checked out medically. You both being unconscious for your entire confinement is unusual." This got a hesitant nod from the former captives before Surzek's orders. "You are dismissed." Report 11 Beginnings. Jinjigaku no High Saido, Night Tower. An hour after the angels descended, Enko and Ginma entered the office to find Naruto pacing back and forth before the window, and both now knew this was serious. He never paces. Thankfully, their entrance interrupted him as he turned on them immediately, his war face on as he states firmly, "We have limited time to do everything, so listen up." Standing at attention, his war face is surprisingly fierce and commanding, thus its name. The two special join and listen as their Kage laid things out to them, just like the many times during the war. Firstly, Ginma, gather 2 teams, prep them for siege and asset recovery. The Yukai have so many damn spies that operating here is going to be an issue and we can't have our home this exposed. Ginma nods once, so Naruto adds. Focus on the Kitsune and Tengu clans first. Get Ko to send their leaders, and just their leaders, a missive. We start in 3 days and won't stop until both clans are verified. I'll get it done. Ginma reports sharply, his normal lax attitude absent along with his Saban toothpick. Nodding, Naruto waves him off and orders. Dismissed. He was gone before the hand stopped waving, leaving Anko being stared at next and a heavy sigh from the blonde. After a moment, Naruto starts. I know this isn't fair to you, Anko. Come on, Gaki. Anko replied slightly less stiffly, casual almost, and he looks to her as she continued. You've never asked me for anything I couldn't do. Nothing I'm not willing to do. So out with it. After a moment, Naruto nods before saying, You will only have tomorrow off until this cleanup is over. I was called earlier. Gesturing with his head to the phone laying idly on the desk, he now starts to lean back against, arms and legs crossed while staring at her. That asshat who's been trying to find and control us, he's gathering a small army. We suspect that either we, the Nightwings, or Japan as a whole is his target. Looking pensive, Anko asks. You want me to make those little birdies sing us a lullaby? Or you want me on deep recon? I'll handle the interrogations. Naruto reports immediately, waving her off and ignoring her surprised expression, before ordering. You will head to a city, northeast of Tokyo, called Sendai. Our current intelligence suggests it to be a major base for our pointy-eared friend. She nods stiffly, not saying anything as he informs her. The intel will be more than a week old by the time you get there, so proceed with caution. I know I don't need to say it, but I will. I will be careful, Naruto. Anko replied in a far softer tone than most would believe she could, and it successfully halted his speech. The normal one he gives her. After a tense few moments, Naruto nods before continuing. This is recon only. We need numbers, locations, and names to faces. You know the drill. Again, she nods, so he continues. Due to the nature of this, you will be given 2 mobile phones. Our normal ones and a standard human one. We do not know how well the scrambling feature works or its limitations. If you suspect you may be discovered, do not use your magic-powered one. Anko nodded, simple enough, and Naruto continued. I expect daily updates. Miss 3 and expect the sky to open up, for I am not playing around here. Am I understood? Smirking, she offered back. Careful, you might start a war if you did. Then let it start. Naruto responded instantly, and she chuckled harder, shaking her head to hide the smile. After a sigh, he continued. You all are my precious people, Anko, and you know exactly how I feel about that. Be it heaven or hell, nothing will stop me from keeping you safe. I can't and won't stop you in your duties. Abruptly she hugged him. It took a moment before he hugged her back and heard her whisper. We've been over this, Gaki. Relax. Pulling back, Anko gave a wicked grin. This isn't our first go-around. Get with the program already. Sheesh. Chuckling, Naruto couldn't help but grin himself and nod while replying. Fine, fine. Still though. He returned to a stern expression and spoke firmly. Take this one with the utmost seriousness, Anko. This world is vastly different than our own, so we can't act reckless here. We are strong, but not invincible. Grin turning into a soft smile, Anko nodded while slapping his cheeks softly and replying. Just give me one of those heavenly massages and I'll always come home. All you have to do is ask. Naruto chuckled, immediately losing his stern features when noticing her perking up and smiling coyly. He didn't need to use any jutsu to know what she was thinking and sighed out breathlessly. Now? Now. Anko confirmed with a cheeky grin. Nodding, the Kage pushes off the desk and took up her hand. He leads his charge into the discreet side doorway into the side room, that was vacant as Ino had left with Cheyenne after the lunch incident with the angels. Whistling at the setup, Anko nodded a few times in approval as she strolled towards the bed while commenting. Cozy. Closing the door behind him, Naruto replied calmly. Yeah, we've gotten used to it. Though she has her own place too. Seeing as we are often on different schedules. Yeah. I know. She replied while taking off her trench coat, looking around still briefly before watching as the blonde approached his own drawers and take off his Jonin vest, placing it atop it. Anko threw her coat on the floor by the door, and she immediately pulled up her black full mesh shirt over her head. Her action went unseen as Naruto pulled out the massage oil from the top drawer, collecting a towel and then making his way over. He sees the busted blue-tinted brunette's back to him as she unclips her bra and then held out her arm. It was filled by a towel the next moment. Climbing onto the bed and laying down on her stomach, Anko let out a tired sigh while the expected weight filled the bed. It was soon joined by his familiar touch and followed by the warm sensation of the oil meeting her back. It didn't take long before his familiar fingers made contact and began their delicate work. Letting out a contented sigh of relief, Naruto worked through her tense and exhausted shoulder muscles intently with practiced ease. He was able to ignore her rather lustful moans and whines as he worked. Plenty of practice doing so made it effortless at this point. Despite the euphoria, Anko still managed whispered. Say, Naruto, how are you doing with everything? What do you mean? Naruto replied just as lowly, distractedly as he maintained his focus on the task at hand. After another groan, she reiterated. The weight of command. You wear it well, that's the spot. He worked out a particular kink in her right shoulder, near her neck. Smirking, Naruto replied. We have a growing number of problems, accompanied by an equal number of unknowns. I can't think too negatively, so I think we are doing better than anyone from back home would expect of us. A shuddering jerk struck, Anko let out a loud moan of ecstasy. Pausing to allow her to come down from her orgasm, Naruto whispered with a soft smile. Sorry it's been so long since I did this for you, Anko. Said Kunoichi waved it off lazily, barely lifting from the bed sheets, and breathlessly she replied. We've both been busy. Swallowing hard, steadying her breath, Anko continued. You need a break too, Naruto. You are literally sleeping at work, running over reports, and meeting fancy bigwigs all day. How do you relax? Sex, mostly. Naruto reports in a whisper into her ear, having leant over to do so with his fingers pressing into her back to support the action as he was straddling her waist. Anko's smirk grew lustful, glancing back at him, meeting his slit blues with her solid brown, and commented. Oh, is that right? You've been holding out on me, Gaki? Chuckling, Naruto pulled back while running a single finger down the length of her spine and got a shudder from the woman beneath him before beginning to work her back muscles. She hummed softly, enjoying the administrations, and began kicking her legs softly. After a few minutes of his gentle work and her muffled groans, the soft silence broken by her abrupt squeak. Her sudden jerk and stiffening caused him to move lower, moving to just above her ass and directly beneath him. Feeling his shifting, Anko, currently experiencing pleasure and egged on by his earlier comment, bucked her hips and her ass brushed up against his slowly responding body. She felt his own shudder and her grin grew while commenting. Oh, perhaps I could help you relax too, no? No. Naruto replied sternly, but she suspected his words were more for him than her. Repeating her action, feeling him react, but was halted when he put a bit more strength into holding her down and still. Pouting, Anko asked. Why not? We have done literally everything else, so. Is that what you actually want, or are you still trying to make up for my rescuing of you back then? Naruto asked calmly, unnaturally so, and caused her to pause. Her playfulness evaporated instantly, and a strange silence descended upon the duo. As Naruto began again, she pushed him off and turned back, not bothering to hide anything as he has already seen it all before, and she was comfortable enough with him anyway. The two stared at one another for a moment before Anko spoke first. Naruto, you know me better than that. It took a few moments before he replied. And I know you, Anko. That is what I don't understand. Sure, this started as a dare, turned into a habit, and evolved into this, but what even is this? You're thinking too hard about this, Anko stated blankly, shifting to sit with her legs touching ahead of her without breaking eye contact. Her arms were resting inside the loose space between her limbs and chest exposed, not that either acknowledged. Naruto asked while matching her stance. Am I? I think my relationship with has nothing to do with this, Anko stated again softly, shaking her head minutely and subtly. She presses. This is just this. I don't think I am the type to do the whole relationship thing, nor do I suspect or expect a ring or anything. I go with the flow and willingly do as I please. That isn't what I am talking, Anko announced, and he fell silent. Taking a deep breath, her breast shifting as she does so, she continued softer than before. Naruto, you and I are two peas in the same pod. You know me better than anyone, I know you just as well as the princess. Without having to spend time inside your head. She reaches up and pulls out her headband to set her hair loose before continuing. So, know that this isn't just because you saved me. This is just me being me and enjoying myself with someone I trust. Yes, I have my Nei-chan, and yes, she satisfies me some of the time, but you get the part she doesn't. Her voice grew vulnerable and much softer as Anko near enough whispered. So, please, let me have this. It took a few moments before Naruto let out an equally soft. If that is what you want. I won't deny you, Anko. Smiling truthfully, Anko nodded softly before whispering again. Then, yes. So come on, let's just have some fun and enjoy ourselves. Falling onto her back, legs spread as she pulls down her skirt and underwear in one go. This gave Naruto an unobstructed view of everything she had. He suspected she had hoped for this, seeing as she was freshly shaven, smooth skin and everything. He was broken from his observation by her rolling back up and tugging on his t-shirt. Arms up, and she pulls the clothes up and over. Following her example, Naruto rolled over and pulled down his trousers. Anko pulled down his boxers, and the second they both hit the floor, she was already sucking on his dick and getting a groan from him. With her tongue running 2 laps before she goes down, taking him all the way back to her throat, then up, and again the tongue doing its thing. She looks to her left to watch as Naruto grips the bed with a scrunched up face and was satisfied. So, she gets back to it. He isn't going to come on his own. The constant slurping and the sound of her sucking only egged the Kage on, driving him closer to the edge. She was using an excess of saliva to ensure he was fully enjoying her efforts. Anko missed the glance down he gave her, casually focused on his dick in her mouth to care, and just jerking him with her left hand while her right played with his balls. Though, her abrupt deep throat caught him off guard and her hand shot to his leg to stop him from jerking too much. His bulging told her he was about to blow, so pulled back and received the first load while casually staring dead in his eyes, still sucking as she goes up then down repeatedly. Seeing her friend in such a twitching mess made her day. When he finally stopped filling her mouth with his thick load, Anko slowly and methodically pulled up while keeping her suction up, lips tightly pulled around his shaft. Grazing the sensitive bell, sliding up its smooth, wet curvature and finally releasing it with the most erotic pop known to man. Grinning, she stares at her friend who was staring back at her while panting hard and visibly swallows his entire load in one go. After clearing it down, Anko whispered, "Damn, Gaki! That was thicker and a lot more than last time. Been backed up a bit." Naruto muttered, breathing hard with his arm across his eyes for a moment, and she chuckles, Anko replying, "Shoulda called. Woulda handled it." With a soft grunt, Naruto pushes himself up onto his elbows and says, "I will keep that in mind. Now then. Gimme a sec." Anko reports, jumping off the bed and rushing toward the bathroom. He calls out, "You didn't need to." Before she entered, Anko glanced back and stuck out her tongue briefly, then says, "I swallowed it all, dumbass. Like I normally do," disappearing for a full 20 seconds. When she came back, nothing seemed to have changed, but she announced, "Had to wash your cum from my mouth and lips. Gotta make sure your technique hasn't gotten rusty. Climbing in, and Naruto was quick to climb atop her. She was quick to grab his dick, but he spoke. I should. Nah. Anko whispered while rubbing his head against her pussy lips, adding while biting her lips. That massage you gave me has me ready to go right now. She moans at the end as she feels his penis push into her vagina, her soaked walls allowing a smooth transition, and they both groan at the sensation. They both took some time to get used to the other. They haven't gone this far before with each other, and so it was a new sensation. For Naruto, she was soft and clingy, gripping him firmly. Yet, she was smooth as silk to enter. For Anko, he was a first for her, contrary to popular belief. This was totally different to what she and her Nachan do, heck, different to what they normally do. Normally it's just heavy petting, long make-out sessions, and blowjobs, both ways. Actually taking him inside like this is new. It wasn't uncomfortable. Just kinda weird to get used to, but even just this felt great and filling. After that short time passed, they locked eyes, and she nodded. With her hands on his waist, to act as a limiter and grant her a level of control, Naruto began delicately pulling back. The effect was intense and immediate. A new pleasure took over Anko that she couldn't describe from that act alone. He stopped at her entrance, that had constricted upon feeling his head approach. The squeeze was enough to keep him from accidentally slipping out. When her eyes returned from their roll back, Anko grinned before nodding again. Once more, Naruto pushes in slowly and gently, sending a new sensation through her body. Her moan was sensual on every level one could dream, growing in volume the deeper he went. She stopped him before he bottomed out, needing a moment. Idly, she can feel him twitching inside her, but instead stares into Naruto's concerned blue eyes. Anko knew that few had the self-control he did, probably the only reason she could take things this slow. No doubt any other man wouldn't be capable of being this accommodating. Even more so when she can literally feel just how hard he was inside her in great detail. Naruto's whisper graces her ears. Are you okay, Anko? I'm not hurting you or... Anko abruptly captures his lips and pulled him down with her as she lays on her back again. Their usual make-out sessions were never this hungry. It was nothing but carnal desire for a full 20-ish seconds, when she released him with a breathless giggle that he felt on his dick as her pussy pressure increased briefly at each giggle released. Letting out a soft sigh, Anko looked back at him as her hands reached his hips again before whispering. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto. I think I should be good now, so go ahead. Enjoy yourself too. As if testing the waters, Naruto maintains his earlier thrusting speed and moves with care while watching her face for any discomfort in the slightest. It briefly brought a smile to her face at the level of care he was taking with her, but that soon fell off as the pleasure picked up. Moans soon followed, her pussy getting unreasonably wet yet tenderly grippy. Despite every instinct he had telling him to push harder, faster, deeper, Naruto maintained the steady pace that she seemed to enjoy the most. It was a tender and gentle rhythm. Slowly, her hand snaked up across his body as her ease of the situation set in, and instinctively, she knew he wouldn't push her too far, thus they landed around his neck. Anko whispered. You are really a nice guy, taking this so slowly, like this. For my sake. Their eyes locked, and he smiled, Naruto replying by a simple, chaste kiss on her lips and causes her to smile, while still slowly rising and falling in response to his pace. Though, her breathless moans built up and her lips bitten into as she closed in on her next orgasm. Unlike his other partners, Anko's peak tried to force him out of her vagina whilst the entrance squeezed closed around his dick to keep him from slipping out. That was most certainly unique. Though, after she uncurled and fell back on her back, hair a fizzled mess across her face, Naruto leans onto one arm and parts it again to see the face of sultry given form. Oh, was that so damn hot, and paired with a soft chuckle loaded with nothing but lust, almost broke his restraint. Though, Anko did whisper softly. Man, that was certainly a lot different. She kissed him softly back, a gentle peck that turned into something far more ravenous. While she had him distracted, Anko used her legs to pull him back into her depths, but her slight wince at his bottoming out broke him from it. Naruto was going to ask, she spoke first. Just mess with my tits and I'll be fine. You haven't touched them at all, this entire time. Anko pouts, pushing the perky, puffy-like mounds together with her arms as she whines. They may start thinking that you don't like them any. She was cut off by his fingers playing with the right nipple, his tongue her left, and then they sunk into the puffy mounds and kneading them while resuming his thrusting. Anko moans and groans at the pleasure being unleashed upon her entire frame. She was going to enjoy every moment of this, but was more interested in the feeling of, yeah, that is unmistakable. He was getting close to his limit, thus she slowly began bucking her hips and swaying them side to side alternatively. His moan, "Anko, fuck!" egged her on and she grinned, knowing he was trying to resist but none have ever been able to, and so she whispered, "Come on. I know you want to. I can feel it. Just come." He jerks suddenly, pulling out and rolls off. Her mouth wrap around his tip and he blows hard. Really damn hard into her throat and all over her tongue, aided by her jerking him off. Swallowing repeatedly this time, Anko finally looked back at the Gaki who was wheezing heavily before breaking out into a giggling fit. That causes her to chuckle as she finally lets his dick go and began wiping the edges of her mouth of the small amount of cum collected there. After both finished their respective episodes, Naruto looked down at her and commented, "You're ridiculous, you know that, right?" "I do in fact, know that," Anko replied with a grin, leaning back on her hands while staring at him with her legs still apart. He could see clearly just how wet she was and still is. An idea popped up and he voiced it. "Wanna take a shower?" After a moment of thought, she nods and gets up rather shakily, stumbling slightly. As she was getting her feet beneath her, Anko muttered, "Well, this is different," looking down at her trembling legs and feeling the deep soreness and tingling. Though arms wrap around her, just beneath her breasts, and she hears his soft whisper, "It isn't over yet." Grinning whilst glancing back at him, a challenging gleam in her eyes, Anko replied, "I sure hope not, Gaki." With water running, Anko's breasts are pressed against the tiles, hands spread flat for added support, as she is locked in a make-out session over her shoulder. Though she breaks it with a moan as she feels him slide in from behind, forcing her to her tiptoes. Naruto's hands cover hers as he breathes softly to get accustomed to the position, before he began thrusting. Her breath catches, feeling his dick hit against several sensitive points deep in her pussy, but keeps her volume beneath the showers. The sound of flesh against flesh echoed in this enclosed space, barely heard against the falling of water as Naruto continues his crusade of her body. Her back against his chest, their skin rubbing as he repeatedly thrusted, and she moaned due to it. His grip on her hands tightened and she returns the gesture just as she climaxes again. Pulling back slightly, he kisses her neck through her soaked black hair, sending shudders down her body. Unlike before where he let her ride the high undisturbed, Naruto continued, and she was not ready for it. Anko tried to keep her voice low, but those back-to-back orgasms were too much. Her loud moan and lack of lips to muffle it echoed and egged him on. She noticed as his dick seemed to get harder, twitch more than before. Or maybe she was just getting tighter? Who cares right now, she was about to hit another. Regaining herself after another orgasm, Anko timed it right and pulled off his dick, confusing him long enough for her to turn and kiss him before pushing him a step back. Now with time to think for a moment, she whispered, "That's enough of that. Damn. Naruto, that was like 5 orgasms since we got in here." Shrugging, his dick following the action, Naruto replied casually, "Seems we found your weakness." Chuckling while gently taking hold of the still rock-solid penis, Anko nodded as she leaned her back against the wall she was pressed against while replying, "Yeah, no shit. Standing doggy, huh? Could be worse, but I've had enough. It's your turn." "For what?" "To orgasm, Gaki." "What else?" Anko replied with a sigh, dropping down to her knees, and immediately Naruto interjected, "You've already." He stopped when her puffy tits were pushed around his dick, and she started jerking him with her tongue flicking the very tip. A loud groan ripped from Naruto's throat at the sensation, his whisper. Anko, fuck! This told said Kunoichi she was going on the right path. Not once did she stop to look up at him. No, she was on a mission, and him spraying his third load would see it accomplished. Thankfully, it did not take long as he leaned forward, hands on the wall at her back as Naruto's hips started bucking and told Anko her boob job did the trick. To finish it, she switched back to the old reliable blowjob, with such intensity, his legs almost gave out. Again, he groaned. Damn it, Anko, fuck! Naruto grabbed her head and thrust it as hard as he can, blowing his load directly down her throat. Her tongue continued to flick his shaft, ensuring nothing was left behind. It took a solid minute before he released his hold on her, and as cheeky as she is known to be, she doesn't immediately release him but sucks the whole way out, jerking him as she went before a familiar pop rang out again. Swallowing the rest as she stood up and returned under the water, wiping down her face, Anko offered. Told you it would be fun, right? Glancing back over her shoulder with a very sultry expression on her face. The still panting Naruto, leaning against the shower's back wall, almost lost himself again and whispered. Keep looking at me like that and we'll never leave here. For the first time recorded, Anko let out a very girlish giggle as she turned back to actually shower. As much fun as this was, they had to get back to the real world, so she can't be teasing him right now, or she might just let him have his way with her. That evening, pinching the bridge of his nose, Naruto lets out several deep breaths as his girlfriend was currently coaching him mentally while physically standing off to the side of his kage seat. Before him stood the understandably nervous Team Temari. Off to his right stood Sakura and Omo with a separate report. Azazel was inspecting the hand-drawn work on the wall, currently looking at the Oni no Kuni shrine. Yasaka was sitting on the sofa with Sei, both being served tea by Cheyenne. Swallowing hard, Temari went to speak, but Naruto rose his hand to stop her. Slowly, he lets out a final long breath before looking up at them and ordering. Sano, Yoshi, Shizuka and Hanabi. You are dismissed. Wordlessly and quietly, the four left after a bow, and he watched them until the door shut. Folding his arms as he sat back, meeting Temari's gaze lazily, Naruto asks. Please repeat that again, Temari. Okay, he was definitely not happy with her. He hasn't used her actual name in a while, so Temari repeated herself. Azazel has signed us up for a 3-faction alliance, consisting of the Pure Angels, the Yukai, and the Grigori that will be represented by us Nightwings. Nodding to confirm he had not misheard, Naruto then asks. And what does this entail exactly? Intelligence sharing, mixed team formations, threat identification and elimination, and joint training. Temari reports dutifully. Again, Naruto nods before asking. When does this come into effect again? A minimum of 2 weeks. Depends on the oversight process that Azazel, Yasaka, and Gabriel are to decide on. Temari reported promptly. Nodding again, his arms still crossed and face completely and perfectly unreadable the entire time, Naruto then asks. This agreement is signed by all parties? Agreed upon a unified time frame? Azazel signed for the Grigori, Lady Yasaka for the Yukai, and Lady Gabriel for the Heaven faction, yes. Temari stated promptly. Nodding, Naruto then asks. I trust you put in all required safeguards. I know you are not so reckless as to not. I did. Temari confirmed that swiftly. After a moment of pause, Naruto did not say anything, she clarified. Jinjugaku no High Saido and its facilities are to remain off the books, residents' names unlisted, and training to be held anywhere but here. I also managed to squeeze in the right to remove memories of this place if anyone is discovered within our bounds. Not if they approach? Naruto asks, and Temari shook her head, before explaining herself. The others would not agree to it. He hummed at that before his glacial eyes landed on his irresponsible boss, who seemed to sense it, and froze his meandering of the landscapes. Turning back, Azazel sees the absolute coldness of his fellow's eyes and chuckled nervously while saying, This is a big leap for us. A non-aggression pact with heaven frees up a lot of our resources for worthwhile pursuits. Any of them not including skirt chasing? Naruto asked coolly, in a way that reminded the Nightwing's present of another of their fellows. This confirmed for Ino what she already knew. Azazel chuckled again with a growing grin and nod, explaining casually. Well, actually, yes. In fact, I am working on something big, revolutionary even. While dumping the actual running of things to Benamun, Barakil, Shemhazai, and Tamil? Naruto added with his voice turning cold enough to give frost giants a chill. In the lightning office nearby, Samui smirks as a cool shudder ran down her spine. She nods at that, seems like her partner is doing something cool. Need to visit him soon. Back in the office, Azazel pushed that accusation aside by saying, That aside, the Legion system is something inspired by you guys and your system of managing things. Yes, so I hear. Naruto replied before looking back to Temari, who stiffened her back as he addressed her. Though I will get the details in Temari's written report by tomorrow afternoon. Isn't that right, Temari? Of course. Temari replied sharply, causing Naruto to nod then instruct. Thank you, Temari. You are dismissed too. Saluting, Temari made haste in leaving the room and allowed Naruto to look to the two off to the side, ignoring the pouting Azazel at his dismissal. The Kage asks. You two can leave your reports too. I will look over them either tonight or tomorrow morning. Sakura and Oma just nod, place their scrolls on the desk and leave in short order. They have never seen Naruto this way before and it's best to let Ino handle this. They'll check back later. With them gone, Naruto looks to the two vixens calmly sipping their tea and asks. And you two ladies? Sei waved him off, stating that. We're here for the dressing down. Don't mind us. Yasaka nodded her agreement, sitting back and sipping her tea. Naruto's frigid gaze returned to Azazel, who sighed and stated. I know you are mad. I'm not mad. Naruto corrected calmly, but the ice in his breath and tone impressed the women in the room. No one moved for a few moments after his declaration, unsure how to proceed from here. That was until he simply held out a hand and gestured to hand something over. It took a moment, a long moment before Azazel swallowed spit, cold sweat running down his temple as he asks, Are you? Yes. Naruto cut him off coolly, yet smoothly. Another few moments before the Governor-General said, What do I have to do to? A basic report on each and every cadre's favorite food and color. Naruto explained and got a sigh in return, shoulders slumped, Azazel nodding slowly with a resigned. Fine. And I will be telling Benamun on you too. Naruto informed and he paled, jerking back as if he had just been slapped. The Kage continued. So if you think I'm cheating, I will know and I will cut you off from the rest. Got it? Arg. Fine, brat. I get it, okay? No need for such drastic measures. Azazel griped, shaking his head. Nodding, Naruto then asks. Last thing then. Upon the gold-banged brunette's nod, the Kage asks. Sacred gears. That perked up the oldest angel present, as Naruto takes up the scroll placed by Sakura and hands it up. This is our initial report on the medical aspect of them. As more than a few of our techniques operate directly on the mind of our enemies, we need to know if we are in danger from a kickback. Kickback? As in? Ino answers the question on behalf of her boyfriend. We directly interface with our opponent's mind with our own. We have safeguards and defenses, to various degrees, but would any of these devices possibly disrupt, interfere, or fight back an invasion into their holder's psyche? With arms across his chest, Azazel thinks on that while holding his elbows for nearly 2 minutes before offering. A few rare ones might, but I believe they are either dragon types, Longinus-class sacred gears as they have sentience. Souls of powerful beings acting as their core, sealed within its base code. Naruto and Ino nodded to that, the former asking, Do you have a list or database we can get access to? Azazel nodded seriously, before offering back. You should requisition a computer system. There are a lot of sacred gears. Doubt you'd want them in paper form. Ino looks to her boyfriend and commented. Didn't Omo and Shikamaru ask about that? They did mention it, yes. Naruto confirmed with a nod before looking back at Azazel and adding, "It's on a long list of things we still haven't gotten around to. Any system like that used here in Hidden Shrine needs to be isolated and secure. I will speak with Amarose before I meet with Tamil." Azazel replied firmly, locking back into his leader mode discreetly, and getting a nod from his subordinates allowing him to add, "Keep your phone on you. It will probably be a week at most as I have other obligations to attend to." "Just to be clear," Naruto says dryly, suspecting what, or more accurately who this other obligation is. "You better keep that battle maniac far, far, far away from this place. He gives me the creeps." Chuckling, Azazel shrugs while replying, "Just be glad he hasn't discovered your strength yet. Though he may try find." He pauses, recalling something and voices it. "Actually, his gear is one of those sentient ones. Perhaps you could ask him." "Not on your life," Naruto replied calmly and with a straight face. Azazel chuckled before spinning up a transfer circle at his feet, and the Yukai feel Naruto's chakra flare briefly. The governor nodded his thanks before offering, "I'll be in touch. No sooner than 2 weeks. We're busy here," Naruto replied dismissively just before he vanished back to the headquarters. After a sigh, Naruto looks to Yasaka and says, "As for you too, Lady Yasaka, Sei-chan." Both women look back at him, and he informs, "Ko will likely contact you both as I didn't think we'd meet before the weekday like this. But we'll begin the sweeps of both the Kitsune and Tengu clans at the start of next week. Keep it to yourselves but be ready. Any and all spies will be taken into custody, regardless of who they are." Both nod, Yasaka asking, "Can I ask you to possibly include the Oni clan too?" Thinking on that for a moment, Naruto shrugged and replied, "Depends on how long we take on the first 2. With them cleared, we can train the remainder and create a Homeland Security type force to search out and detain any future spies going forward. It will free up some of our limited resources." Ino informs too, getting nods from both vixens, and so Naruto stands up, stretching out hard. After getting blood flow in his arms and legs back, he comments, "Now, I'm going to see Choji and his crew to see what they've whipped up for us all. Then, it's showtime." Both Yasaka and Sei stand at that, Yasaka saying first, "Then, I shall be heading back to my shrine. I too have a long day ahead of me tomorrow and I will need to prepare for the security sweeps." Getting nod from the 2 fallen present and allowed Sei to speak next. "I will join you for dinner then head home. If that is okay with you?" "Shouldn't be an issue," Naruto replied easily as he and Ino clear the desk. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Intelligence Department. Strolling through the underground passageway, Ino announces, "I'll take the lead here, Whiskers. I have a good idea to make them break." "I got your back," Naruto replied easily, glancing to her with a side eye as she led him towards the cells and continuing, "As I always will." "Thank you, but you can stop staring at my ass," she replied without looking back at him. His eyes snapped forward and Ino grinned while offering, "You'll get some later. If you behave." Naruto chuckled softly, switching to telepathy. "Like you can keep your hands to yourself." Ino knew better than to answer that, not even acknowledging the taunt as they reached the holding cells. When standing before the heroine's cell, she turned to him and spoke rather deliberately elevated. "This is that human faction member by the name of Elise, holder of the twice critical sacred gear, and so we had delayed the mind scans out of concerns." Telepathically, she adds, "Confirm that it won't be problematic for you and that it won't provide you a challenge. Even if it did, her survival isn't required." "I see. Then, that report, it was about her, but also says that it won't be an issue." Naruto began aloud, matching her and hummed before finishing. "Not that it matters, she's expendable. Scrambling her mind won't matter either way. We can just grab another one and try again." Smirking, Ino places her hand on the lock seal and after a brief chakra channel the door suddenly opened. On the other hand, Eliza's light green eyes opened as she listened intently to the barely audible voices of her fallen captors. When she heard mind scan, her already pale skin got more so, Then hearing the second voice inform that their reports didn't matter and they were going to do it anyway, regardless if it scrambled her mind. She was trembling. Just then, the door opens and the light from the hallway flooded her bare stone cell. The humming blue script over the floor, walls, and ceiling died out as she stares at the two figures standing with the fronts coated in darkness. Elise gulped at the sight of the familiar pupilless cornflower blues, cold and filled with condescension, and seemed to glow in the dark. But what truly terrified her were the new ones from the taller one at her side. Arctic blue eyes with a predator-like slit, that felt like she was standing in a freezer just by staring at them. The woman she knew already stepped aside and allowed the man to move in, and that first step caused the normally steadfast heroine to shudder and attempt to back up, but the wall was there. He spoke with the same cold tone his eyes held. Elise, captain of the human faction. Age 20, your time is up. Elise stammered out. Wait. I think we can talk or something, right? I told you already, didn't I? The woman spoke coldly, eyes vacant like before, and offered no comfort or compassion for Elise as she added. Your usefulness to us was limited. But I can be useful. I swear. Elise tried to explain, but the man kept coming closer, and sweat was running down her back. The man replied as he stopped and towered over, her breath failing her in her panicking state as he spoke. You have reached that limit. No. The heroine managed to whisper, only to find her arms yanked, and she was flipped around and against the cold hard wall, arms bound behind her back. Fighting back tears, Elise tried to remain calm and not cry, but she was literally about to get her mind scrambled. Pushed out of her cell, she finds herself being led back down the corridor that was suddenly not as long as she remembered, held tightly by the man with the woman walking ahead of her, who spoke first. I have to do the paperwork for the disposal. Hold off on it. Her mind will be broken, but her body might have secrets the guys in medical might find useful. The man dragging her along said, and now she was becoming almost hysterical. Glancing back at her, the female crow commented. Oh right. I didn't think of that. They could use the sacred gear. She shrugged as she reached a door and stopped while her holder replied. It may only be a twice critical, according to the report, but they'll take any gear they can get their hands on. True. The woman replied halfway through the door, then stopping, turning back to them and offering. Room 2 is open. The man argued back. I asked for one. Haven't cleaned up the traitor's bile. You don't want one. The woman responded casually, shrugging afterward, and the man sighed, muttering about stupid traitors and not listening to their warnings. Sighing, the man asked. Fine. But at least tell me that they finally cleaned the devil chick's blood? She nods and replied. That they did. The guys in medical were all too happy to receive that half-liter, so please keep it that way. I got that six-winged bastard in cell 2 to deal with after this. It's only a mind scan. I am not an amateur. When was the last time you did the procedure alone? She quipped, hands on hip, and the guy looked away, so she added. Exactly. Any blood or piss is on you. Fine. The man grumbled, and now Elise, who had been listening as she was hoisted forward, was in full-blown breakdown. She doesn't want to die here, or become a vegetable to be experimented on. Reaching a door that has the number 2 on it, the man places his spare hand beside the door, and it opens up, and Elise resists being pushed in, screaming out. Wait. Please. I can be useful. Please don't. He drags her inside without much effort, it seems, and her rebellion had no effect on him as she was forced into a seat that locked her down immediately with unfamiliar magics. Once her feet were secured, he moved to her arms and she tried to resist. God knows she did, but he was just too strong. Now secured fully, Elise was desperately trying to call on her gear, but like all the other times it wasn't responding. Since waking up here, she hasn't felt it at all. Their talk earlier confirmed that she still had it, which meant that it's being suppressed somehow. She just needed to find it and bust out. Those thoughts and all hopes of escaping suddenly vacated her mind when Elise felt hands on her head. Dread filled her entire being and down to her core. Without noticing, she did in fact cry and piss herself out of this existential crisis she was in. Out of primal fear, Elise spoke near enough in a whisper like a robot. I swear I will behave. I will tell you anything, just please. Please don't scramble my mind. I promise I won't lie, I won't try to escape, I will behave and do as you say. I promise, so please, please don't kill me. Nothing happened for a few moments, and she did not dare even breathe, unaware that her captors were still discussing her. In the office, Ino rose a brow and asked, Seriously? She broke already? Yeah, she even pissed herself. Naruto replied, just as surprised and bewildered. Ino's eyebrow twitched. She wasn't joking about him cleaning up that place, but listened as he continued. All I did was place my hand on her head and she cracked. I thought these so-called heroes were hardcore fanatics. They are. Ino confirmed, looking over the few documents she had on the faction that Benemune and Sei had given them. As she looked over the recent interactions, she added, They routinely fought to the last man, though their newer members are more likely to give up if their superiors are killed after their trump cards are used. They see it as hopeless. But she's a captain, right? Not a new member. Naruto asked, bewildered, and upon feeling her nod, he added, Then, she should be far more resistant to simple mind games. Apparently not. Ino replied softly and then sighed, while staring at the wall while thinking, and offered, Then, what are you planning on asking? Her faction are primarily a pain in the side but are a threat. Just where they're based and rough estimates of manpower. Naruto replied easily enough, but paused and then added, Anyone of note that may be leading these efforts. Then send scouts to confirm or deny the intelligence. Organize assassinations if required and keep them off of regrouping into anything threatening. Sounds like there's a plan in place, and you aren't telling me things. Ino pouted, earning an amused chuckle from her boyfriend, who quipped back, I'm a Kage Ino. Of course there are things I am not telling you. Her pout turned into a sultry grin as she offered back softly, Sounds like a challenge, Whiskers. I guess I know what I'll have to do with you after this. Ino could literally feel the foxy grin from the interrogation chamber, challenge in Naruto's tone as he replied, I would love to see you try. Biting her lip, thighs rubbing, she was picturing a very, very naughty session in the shower and her alluring whisper of, I'll meet you in your shower when you're done. Getting up and heading towards the door, Ino heard in his whisper back, Leave that lingerie you're thinking of. It'll only get in the way. Giggling as she shut the door, Ino hummed as she strolled back towards the exit to head up and prepare for an exciting night. Underworld, Office of Domestic Affairs. His door opening alerted Surzex Lucifer to look up from his paperwork and see his fellow Satans strolling in. Both Seraphal Leviathan and Falbium Asimodusa looking as serious as can be, whereas Ajuka Beelzebub looked calm and casual, strolling in like nothing really mattered. Seeing this, the redhead sighed as he leaned back into his seat and nodded, Falbium speaking first. Another problem. When isn't it? Surzex commented with a soft smile, meeting his black eyes with his own seafoam green, but was soon redrawn to the only female Satan's smaller form when Seraphal announced, We just received word that the Shinto pantheon had nothing to do with the sudden storm that appeared over the capital of Japan, Tokyo. Knowing this, Surzex nodded, so she continued, However, what Lady Yasaka did not deem necessary to inform us about was the new alliance that had been formed yesterday. Getting incredibly serious at this news, Surzex asks, The members? It was Falbium who answered him. The Grigori, Heaven, and the Yukai. The now equally serious Ajuka asks, his blue eyes sharp. Under what conditions and for what purpose? Seraphal shook her head, Falbium speaking for them both. From what our spies reported, yesterday afternoon 2 of the 4 great seraphs descended upon an unused cathedral in a previously abandoned part of Kyoto. Nodding along, Surzex asks, How does this relate to the fallen then? The Yukai is a given considering the location, but one of our informants did some digging and discovered that it was the place a group of fallen angels suddenly went missing from a few months back. Falbium explained, earning a risen brow from both green and red-head Satans. Sighing at having to explain it, the bold Satan added, "The rogue fallen suddenly vanished one night. No witnesses, no bloodstains, and no survivors. If I had to guess, it was likely that the Kyoto Yukai asked Azazel to order them to stand down. Yet they didn't so." Surzex connected the dots and answered, "Deployed his elite guard unit." Getting two nods and a confused look from Ichiraku, who asks, "What elite guard unit?" All turned to him with Surzex explaining to him as Seraphol had been briefed by Falbium earlier. When Azazel delivered the captured Phoenix House's third son back, he was escorted by two of his new elite guards. There are plenty of rumors about them being hidden trump cards with untold strength in excess of their wing numbers. This earned a surprised expression from the green-haired Satan, with Falbium adding, "We suspect that their official name is Nightwing, but at current it is unconfirmed." Ichiraku nodded to that when Seraphol informed him, "Have you heard about the Tokyo incident?" He nods, so she explained, "It's suspected that just the one responsible for the lightning strike was an 8-winged member of this elite guard." "That can't be," Ichiraku comments with scrunched brows as he whispered, "I thought only cadres." "We have proof that's been corroborated by the Phoenix House," Surzex confirmed, knowing what he was thinking before looking back at his female coworker and asking, "Has the Yukai faction said anything regarding this alliance?" Shaking her head, Seraphol says, "Nothing at all. We currently have people looking into it and searching for details." What Seraphol was unaware of was that only 5 minutes ago, a certain Hyuga had stumbled upon one said operative and introduced them to his not-so-gentle 32 fist. A Senban-chewing Fallen was now carrying him back to lockup while said Hyuga was doing a sweep of the palace grounds. "This is a problem, Surzex," Ichiraku comments, getting a nod in return. Surzex then comments, "We need to confirm that our current agreements with the Yukai are solid and honored. Then, we should confront Heaven and the Grigori about this. What could have pushed them to put their differences aside?" Ichiraku asks the room with a level of contemplation. Offering up softly, Surzex spoke. "What Azazel said when he dropped off Riser. About how we wouldn't have bothered helping his forces, let alone reporting any incidents to him if they involved his own, may have some merit to it. The others didn't want to, but they agreed as it was indeed rare unless it kicked off a massive incident, and the governor would have likely heard about it anyway." Ichiraku then asks, "Beside this Tokyo incident, have we had any dealings with the Fallen that would require us to contact them?" "Actually, no," Falbium answered swiftly, but got far more serious after it as he reports. "But that's the thing. Reports from across both worlds have shown that the Grigori are closing ranks. Their movements are not consistent with their normal behaviors. There are some outliers, but at large, our interactions are down by at least 15%. Heaven? Nothing's changed as of yet," Falbium reports, looking at Surzex, who had asked. Seraphol spoke next. "Nothing's changed with our interactions with other factions either." "Just the Fallen then?" Ichiraku asks, and both Seraphol and Falbium nodded. After a few moments, all eyes land on Surzex, who spoke next. "This change seems to be focused on the Fallen, but more worryingly so in Japan. Thankfully, my sister's school has broken for the summer break, and so we have a month to figure out our next move and implement it before she goes back. Same for Sonatan. I will do anything to keep her safe," Seraphol declared with a cheer that was cut off abruptly, Ichiraku stating, "We have to move carefully and focus around the Fallen especially. Any signs of provocation may be seen as a hostile move." Nodding, Surzex replied, "Certainly. Find out who we have in the area and give them a fair warning to avoid any hostile contact with them." Ichiraku nods, but Seraphol spoke up. "What about the Eastern Yukai faction? Should we try and make contact with them? Try and get a more up-to-date read on the political situation in the region?" Falbium answered that one. "I wouldn't recommend that, Seraphol. From our last reports, the Hero faction has a presence there and interests in the region. It's why most typically deal with the Western faction as the stronger and more coordinated of the two powers." Yet Surzex added, "That being said, it couldn't help having more eyes out there. See what you can do, Seraphal, but keep it discreet. Seraphal nodded to that, unaware she would soon have a first-hand encounter with the Snake of Sendai, a bogeyman of the shadows that haunted of both the hero and fallen factions in the region. None would ever see their face, just a knife glinting with poison from the dark corners of rooms, alleyways, and even a rooftop at range with needles. Only by scanning the memories of a dying hero would she discover that she wore a tan trench coat with, what she would later discover was, the insignia of the Nightwing sewn on her back. She struck like her namesake, unseen but deadly. Sixth Heaven. Looking up after finishing reading the report compiled by his siblings, Michael asked seriously, "What are your opinions on these reincarnated fallen?" Before his always cheerful sister could speak, Raphael did. High combat effectiveness, expertly trained and perfectly disciplined. A round of nods from the gathered cadres of various stations around the room before Metatron spoke up. And this claim by Azazel, about them being ninja. Do you suspect any falsities in his words? All things considered, Raphael replied while thinking, turning to him and reporting. The facts I have lead to them being the truth. It explains how they were able to escape our sight. Even now, we can't see them but suspect they are inside the country of Japan. Serial spoke next. This point has been bugging her since she first read it. And this claim about the leader overcoming death. It sounds far-fetched and absurd. Gabriel nodded and replied, We know and are unsure what to make of it. The children were not lying to us, but they also were unwilling to give us details. It was corroborated by both Azazel and Lady Yasaka. Raphael informed, but the Angel of Death was not convinced and so turned to Michael, Serial stating, I must investigate this. It is incomprehensible for me and I need to know if this is a truth or lie. Smiling at his sister, Michael responded, You are the most suited to such a task. Father gave you that task, so I have nothing but faith in your ability to get to the bottom of this. Nodding, Serial settled down so Metatron spoke now. If these children are indeed ninja, the official term, according to them, is shinobi. Raphael corrected with Gabriel adding afterwards. The 5 we met went by kunoichi though, seeing as they were all lovely girls. Especially young Hanabi-chan. She was so cute and… Yes, well, shinobi. Metatron cut his eccentric sister off, before continuing his original statement. Then I wish to test them and see if they truly are worthy of our father's light and teachings. I doubt they carry the way. Uriel commented casually, looking to the man before back at Michael at his side and adding, But I agree, to some extent, that we should at least have them tested and see for ourselves what they are capable of. I am not against the idea in of itself. I think Raphael's proposal is a great thing and us funneling the excommunicated there would be a great boon regardless. Gabriel suddenly added, I would be careful about that. Drawing all eyes to her with Michael the one asking, Why is that, sister? Well, the thing is… Gabriel began but Raphael explained bluntly. They were terrified of us both. Many raised brows at that with Uriel asking for clarification. Terrified? Even of Gabriel? Sadly, Gabriel nodded and explained. I did not notice it at first as I was not expecting it, but when Azazel stepped between us and them, it was clear as day. Raphael added his own perception. When Gabriel surprised them by hugging their youngest member, they all took defensive stances and only stopped when Azazel rose a hand to order them to. So, you are saying that they were about to attack Gabriel? Uriel asked carefully, eyes narrowed with the tension spiking. Raphael nodded and explained. I believe they initially mistook her actions as hostile and acted on reflex to protect the perceived capture of one of their own. After stopping to inspect closer, they did not resist or hesitate to drop their stances or replace their weapons upon realizing they were wrong. Gabriel nodded frantically before stating, It was a mistake and we apologize for it, lowering our power output to put them at rest. That takes courage to both admit your mistakes and knowingly fight against one far stronger than yourself. Metatron commented with a nod. Raphael and Gabriel nodded with the statement presented. Uriel asked, Why are they so afraid of you? beside the power level differential? We do not know, Raphael admits calmly with Gabriel offering. It is something we hope to ask of their cadre once we meet him. Their cadre? They have such a member and they didn't meet with you? Uriel presses and both in the center nodded, Raphael explaining. Apparently he was tied up with a paperwork backlog brought on by the Yukai leadership. That's all we know. Sighs of exasperation flooded the room as they all knew such a burden, and thus could not blame the young man. Their thoughts and prayers went out to him. Down below in a certain Kage tower, a tingling sensation traveled up the target's back and he shuddered from it before glaring at the ceiling for some reason. Michael then spoke now, his decision made. Then, we shall send an envoy to meet with them in Kyoto to discuss this matter further. Gabriel, have a team of craftsmen to repair the cathedral and return it to its former glory. Upon her nod, he looks to Metatron then Serial. You two will wait until it is repaired before heading there. Hopefully by then we have assured them we mean no harm and you can both investigate your respective matters. Both nod to him, and so Michael looks to Uriel and says, any member of the church who is excommunicated from this point on is to be directed to Kyoto immediately. Let us see if this new group, this First Nightwing Legion, is worthy of our father's light. Uriel nodded firmly and began to stand, just as his brother announced. You are all dismissed. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Training Ground 1. Sitting on the edge of the training ground, Naruto watched as Ino, Shizuka, Tenten and Ren teach Hanabi some ballerina drills after he had taught her the basic stances of the whirling fist. They spotted her complete the forms and how stiff she was, thus came to help out. Hanabi was surprisingly receptive and capable of learning it despite the obvious disadvantage of elemental alignment. She might only ever reach Haichunin, low jonin with it, but mixing in gentle fist techniques makes it overwhelmingly effective. Dangerously so, and will keep teaching her. Though he initially was alone, Naruto has since been joined by Shikamaru, who was cloud watching, Choji, who has just started on his 4th bag of chips. Kiba was present earlier, but an incident occurred in the Imperial Palace, and he's leading the investigation alongside a team of genin from the Wind Company. After dropping off the perpetrator of said incident, both Ko and Genma had joined them too, and now they were all just chilling out on the grass for the first time since everything kicked off. As wind blew through the leaves of the tree, the group of guys were gathered around, resting against, or lightly snoozing in the shade of, they continued watching over their friends or girlfriends. The peace was broken surprisingly by Ko, who asks, Naruto, drawing the blonde's attention to the casually sitting Hyuga, who continued, where are we going exactly? This drew the other guy's attention. Naruto remained silent as he thought on it as Ko extrapolated on his question. I mean, what is our end goal? We survived our war. Lost everything and now we have regained a home. What now? A good question. Naruto began, returning his gaze out across the training ground and seeing his friends and self-assigned little sister figure that he has since accepted. He whispered, but they all heard. If ever there was one. Even Shikamaru peeked an eye open at that, looking to the clearly thoughtful blonde as Naruto continued. Admittedly, I haven't really thought too much about it. My first priority was to get us a new home. A new way of life. After that, we've been busy working and getting through each day. Sighing, Naruto looked back at Ko and adds, but if you ask me what my goal is, to protect my precious people. My dream, however, is to have a family and maybe travel the world or something. He shrugged after that with a growing smile while finishing. I'm the Light Kage now, apparently. Air quoting the Mitsukiage title they have dropped on him, and everyone chuckled or smirked at him, so Naruto continued. So I can't just rush head first into every fight like I normally do. I don't have a ridiculous amount of chakra, back up from an immortal chakra beast, but I have you all. My friends and family. I don't know where we are going, but I know we'll be fine as we got one another's back. Well said, Naruto. Shikamaru drawled with Choji nodded, swallowing his mouth before adding, yeah man. We got your back, as always. Our future is ours, huh? I get that. Genma commented with a grin, though he saw Naruto's knowing look and grinned harder. toothpick wagging in acknowledgement. Ko nodded, oblivious to the silent exchange like the others, before saying, "I see. You are correct and Ginma-san's statement is rather adept. Yes, well, I will endeavor to make good on that." Getting a nod from the others as his gaze returned to his former charge, and the growth she too has achieved in the absence of war. She has been adopted by their leader as a younger sister, helped her get past their joint loss, and now even sharing his family techniques. He has long given up his own Hyuga mindset but not abandoned what it has taught him. Still, Hyuga found himself smiling at the sight of the future before him and the smile Hanabi had right now interacting as a fellow kunoichi and not heiress of the clan. It was common knowledge how troubled the main house sisters were with their station. Yet here, even after all the tragedy of war, Hanabi has found happiness, and he knows his role is over. Has been for a while now, but acknowledging it to himself now makes it feel final. Now he and Summers can focus on themselves. Maybe have that family they were talking about recently. It was then the girls wave at them and they all perked up, Naruto leading them all to their feet as he says, "Well, I guess it's time for us to help out again. Troublesome blondes." Shikamaru moans as Choji pulls him up too, chuckling as he says, "Come on, Shika. When was the last time we all trained together?" "That's true, now that I think about it," Ginma comments, slipping in beside Naruto, who suddenly perked up and looked to him. "Oh, that reminds me. Ginma, I think we should work on that jutsu." It took a few moments for the former special jonin to realize what he was talking about before arching a brow, Ginma asking back, "Oh, that jutsu? I only know how to do. I got the notes and everything," Naruto replied casually, as they approached the group, before finishing. "Just like everyone else. I cleared out my clan ground on the way out. Way too dangerous to leave them there." Ginma nodded silently, pondering on how different things would have been like if their enemy had access to that particular jutsu. It would have been a very short war. He was brought out from his thoughts by Shizuka, who was grinning at Naruto while saying, "How about a rematch, Naruto? You beat me once, but—" Shrugging casually, Naruto grinned back and said, "Sure. I'm game." Ren interrupted here, appearing at her friend's side. "Hold up. You're like a Kage. I want in on this 2-on-1. You really think you can ever outnumber me?" Naruto joked and everyone chuckled with Shikamaru's comment cutting through the friendly air. "You're never outnumbered. Or outfought," Ino added, everyone nodding along. Naruto grinned in challenge, fist meeting his open palm as he declares, "Let's do this." "Wait." Hanabi calls out, drawing all eyes as she stands at his side, then announces, "I want to fight too. I want to test my new skills with Nichan. You've only learnt the basics," Naruto pointed out, but Hanabi nodded stiffly with eyes holding nothing but determination. Looking to the other two fighters, both Nadeshiko Kunoichi just shrugged and he announced, "Okay then. A 2-on-2 spar." "We aren't going easy on you," Ren announced fiercely. Her sapphire blue eyes were a match for Naruto's in their depth, but lacked his trademark determination as he chuckles while mentioning, "You underestimate our power." Hanabi nodded confidently, standing at his side while taking up the beginning stance of the whirling fist. As the trash talk began, the others began to step back to give space, and Naruto too took up the same basic stance. Shaking her head softly, Shizuka took out her kunai while replying, "I made that mistake once, Naruto. I won't this time. We will hit you with our full might. Come, Ren, time to show him our progress." "Got it," Ren declared, taking up a similar stance to Shizuka, kunai in the visible hand but reaching discreetly into her rear pouch for shuriken. It was noticed by both her opponents, the counter already prepared. At the gate, Yoshi was annoyed. Why the hell was this fox here again? Sighing, she asks with a forced politeness, "Lady Murika, what brings you here? I do not believe there to be any meetings scheduled today." Nodding softly, rather reserved for her normal attitude, Sei asked carefully, "Is it possible to speak to Naruto, please? I have something rather delicate I need to speak with him about." Something in the tone used told Yoshi something was not right here. She couldn't put her finger on it, just on the edge of her nose, but escapes her. Sighing discreetly, Yoshi gestured to follow and hopes she doesn't regret this. Strolling through the village without any haste allowed Sei to see the previously unused area of her clan ground turned village. Hidden village, they called it, properly. Each building was unique and varied, displaying their owner's uniqueness. The small personal forges or bakeries. A few empty buildings she suspects are storage units for now, but easily modifiable to regular housing. Even a cafe of some kind, right beside a nail salon or beautician, a one-stop shop for the women who call this place home, it seems. All small-scale and perfect for a starting village. As they approach the plaza and arrive before what has come to be called Night Tower, the sign on the front uses what appeared to be, a modified hiragana of what she has told means night light. An inside joke apparently. Instead of going in, Yoshi had stopped and began sniffing the air a few times, confusion written over her face briefly before looking off past the buildings. She then whispered, "Oh, he's training right now," before moving off away from the tower. Sei just follows after her and assumes she knows where she is going. It took a full 5 minutes before they ended up at a marvelous sight. Pulling her clear again, Naruto slides clear of the latest barrage of kunai, holding position as Hanabi uses the momentum to swing around his form and return fire with a barrage of her own kunai with added speed. They were soon intercepted, the clashing of steel ringing out and covering the advance of the two pseudo-siblings. Dashing across the field of steel, Hanabi takes the lead as her brother covers her back with another barrage that multiplies and blasts past her, intercepting the spinning twister of steel's latest barrage. On second wave, she leaps at her foe only to be outflanked by the blue-eyed one. With no time to react, Hanabi Hyuga ignores her, knowing full well that her brother had her back and focused on the recently stopped emerald-haired foe. As she anticipated, her brother appeared and caught the outreaching grasping hand, flipping it clear. Ren performs an elaborate flipping twist as she flies overhead, despite her arms still being held, and lands on her feet. No time to recollect herself as she was yanked by her arm, twisted around, and held against his chest, kunai at her jugular. She was panting hard. This has been the most intense spar in recent memory. With his opponent at kunai point, Naruto stares down his opposite with equal force as Shizuka had Hanabi in a similar position, kunai at her throat and immobile. The standoff lasted 30 seconds before the former queen of Nadeshiko offered. "One-on-one?" Nodding, Naruto confirmed. "One-on-one." Unfortunately, it was not to be, as Tenten called out, "Hey Naruto! You got a guest!" causing all four formerly battling people to glance to the entrance of the training ground to find Yoshi, standing formally and beside the familiar visage of Sei Murika. Letting out a tight breath, Naruto looks back to Shizuka and offered, "Rain check?" Sighing, Shizuka replied with a soft nod. "Rain check." Though she also noticed the not-so-faint blush on her friend's cheeks, not that she blames her being held so firmly by the man of their desire, and against his chest no less. She was certainly not jealous. After releasing their respective prisoners, Naruto and Shizuka approached the guests, who in turn made their way over, and the two sides met in the middle of the field that was littered with weapons and the scars of a heavyweight fight. The blonde among them spoke first. "Lady Sei, what brings you here?" "I don't think we have an appointment today." Shaking her head, Sei confirms. "We don't. I know I have been a bit improper since you came here, but I need to ask for a favor." Upon his nod, she continues. "I need you to save my life." Report 12 stepping up. Italy, somewhere. 17-year-old Asia Argento has been raised in the church since before she could walk. The truly kind soul that was as innocent as a newborn, as dedicated to her faith as she is to breathing, and has earned the unofficial title of the Holy Priestess by the masses she has always felt blessed to serve. Just with any other sister, she had a silver cross around her neck and wore the uniform of a nun of the church of a dark teal outfit with light blue accents. Her long blonde, almost golden hair flowed down her back like a curtain with split bangs over her forehead, but kept beneath a blue accented white veil that sat over her head. On her right hip sat a brown satchel, her ever-reliable Bible holder, that matched her boots that had black straps in an X-shaped pattern. She stood at a diminutive 5'1", but cared not for such things as she was heading back to her church after shopping in town. That was until a cry of pain hit her ears and she stopped. Looking around the road, she finds a gathering of people, huddled in a circle where a badly injured man lay. Asia's brilliant green eyes widen. She cannot allow this to continue and thus places her basket down before rushing over with all due haste. This is why God gave her this blessing. Pushing through the crowd, her gentle pleas of being let through went unheard, but she makes it to find a man with a nasty gash across his chest, and that was being desperately held in an attempt to stem the bleeding. Yet, before young Asia could do anything to render medical aid, a magic barrier rose and the innocent humans vanished. Confused, Asia was about to call out when a hand pulled her back, and the next moment white wings filled her view. Surprised, the sister of the church took a step back and saw 12 and a halo that told her she was dealing with one of the seraphim, but not just any. Before she could bow and ask for aid, Gabriel spoke first. "Devil-san, what are you doing here, and why are you attempting to corrupt this young sister?" "Forget it, Gabriel." Another voice drew Asia's eyes to the sky, and there flew another 12-winged angel, but her wings were silver in place of the normal white. She continued while staring at the now clearly sweating man, who was no longer too injured to stand. The silver seraphim continued. "His intent is rather simple. He wishes to make her fall. Maybe Serial, but I wish to know why." Gabriel replied with her arm out to show she is clearly protecting the young nun, not taking eyes of this clearly high-class devil. The now named Serial shook her head lightly, commenting firmly. "It matters not why he came, but the fact that he had and purposely stalked this road that leads to a church. There is no reason any devil should tread here, so close to our domain." Sighing, Gabriel nodded as it was true. The current ceasefire agreement was very clear about territory and rules around them. What a tragedy for one so young to be caught by them in such circumstances. She asks, "Can we not spare him? Find out about any others?" "No," Serio replied curtly, her scythe already prepared for a decapitation strike. Suddenly the blonde devil cried out. Wait, I promise I won't try this again. Like I trust such words from a despicable person attempting to ambush a young maiden." Serial replied just as she prepares to swing, but Asia called out, "Please, Lady Serial." The scythe stopped mere centimeters from the devil's neck, the holy element already scorching its skin, with the angel of death looking at the young nun, who continued, "Should we not forgive those who... Child, do not recite words of my father to me." Serial spoke harshly, looking back at the devil from the look of total innocence that reminds her of the one shielding her at present. She then whispered softer, "They are etched into my soul as any other child of him." "I believe what your Asia might be trying to ask," Gabriel offered, gaining a glance from her silver-winged counterpart before continuing, "is to investigate the truth of this matter. Neither you nor I know how deep this goes. Spare him for now so he may repent his actions." After a few moments, Serial conceded and pulled her scythe clear, but immediately, the devil jumps clear with a gentle smile as he slides to a stop and replying, "I am sorry for this, but I..." It was then he realized that one of the angels were missing when suddenly he was pushed down, hands grabbed and cuffs placed. His magic and devil powers sealed in totality. Getting up, Serial replied, No, you are not sorry, Diodora Astaroth. But you will be." She spat that last bit with absolute contempt, glaring at this monster before her. The glimpse she had seen of his past via the touches required to restrain him suggests this young sister was not the first, nor the last of the prey he seeks with a well-hidden obsession. Looking back to Gabriel, Serial stated firmly, "You were right to make me spare him, Gabriel. This thing is a monster that targets young sisters, exclusively." That nearly brought the strongest woman of heaven to tears. Sniffling, Gabriel asks, How many?" Yet all Serial did was shake her head and replied, "Too many. He purposefully gets them excommunicated and then approaches them with an offer they can't refuse." Asia was stunned at this development, and too felt like she could cry at the thought of her fellow sisters being thrown out, cast aside in a scheme for someone's enjoyment. How terrible! She was brought back to the conversation when her name was mentioned. Serial states firmly, "Gabriel, it may be a bit earlier than planned, but I will take this monster with me too and collect a few of my students. You should take young Asia there to the new Twilight Alliance." Blinking owlishly, Gabriel asks curiously, "Why not with the church? Surely. Is it not obvious that there are agents of evil among its ranks?" Serial shouts in frustration at this all. Like seriously, how else could this devil be so surgical in his targeting and so well informed of the church's practice without inside help? Genuinely shocked by such a statement, Gabriel offered hesitantly, "Then the Alliance should be able to provide suitable vigil of this sister until we flush out those who seek her downfall." Serial replied easily, pulling her captive to his feet before continuing, "When the craftsmen are done with our cathedral, she may return to us then." Nodding in agreement, Gabriel finally looks back at Asia and offered a smile while saying, "Come along, Asia. We have to get you to safety." Blushing up a new kind of scarlet, Asia bowed repeatedly to both archangels and replied, "Thank you both, Lady Gabriel, Lady Serial. I am truly blessed that you had arrived in time." "Think nothing of it, child," Serial said with a smile to the young maiden before adding, "Gabriel was simply looking for you already, and I was curious about your gift. It seems she is true about your devotion." Bug-eyed at that, Asia turned to Gabriel, who nodded and explained, "We were going to wait and take you a little later, but we have a new posting for you. Though it is a bit earlier than we expected, you will be safe and well taken care of there. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Medical Wing. Over the last few hours, Sakura, Hana, Karui, Hanabi, and Ino have been testing, scanning, and prodding Sei with mixed results. Naruto has watched them work, providing his ever-reliable silent support at the silver-haired vixen's side the entire time. Understandably, the leader of the Kitsune clan was nervous beyond all things. The Yukai doctors had told her that there was nothing more they could do, and so she took a gamble by coming here. Seeing as they are chakra users too, Sei really hopes they have a solution to her condition. The Nightwings are truly her last hope. Sitting in a rather white-walled Spartan waiting room that had only benches and small white painted tables, the one in the room's center holding a small potted plant, Sei says to fight off the anxiety, "I must thank you for this, Naruto-kun, and apologize for my rather unsightly behavior earlier by asking such a—" "It's fine, Sei-chan," Naruto replied calmly from her side, looking to her with a smile while taking up her delicate, pale hands with a practiced gentleness, and with a smile he added, "You have received a terrible diagnosis from a terminal disease. None blame you for letting your emotions dictate your actions." Taking hold of his hand within hers tighter, Sei smiled and nodded, truly glad that they overlooked the rushed action. Honestly, she doesn't want to die, but her chakra solidifying and refusing her will is a truly terrifying and painful way to go. Despite being a known condition, the few times it has been discovered and a sufferer shows symptoms, it is always far too late to do anything for them. Just like her case now. Gripping his hand tighter, she whispered, thank you, Naruto-kun." It would take another half-hour before Sakura would emerge from the lab, still writing on a clipboard, and both Naruto and Sei could hear the discussion within still going strong. The pink-haired medic sat on the bench opposite her patient, and finally lowered her board to address them. After a prominent pause, Sakura spoke carefully. "So Sei-chan, from what we can tell from our initial observations and testing, about 78% of your chakra has been infected by this disease, you call it, right?" Upon the vixen's soft nod, the pinkette continued after her own nod. "It is a complex thing and truly something we have only encountered once before." "Only once before?" Sei muttered, and the doctor nodded once more, then looking to Naruto, Sakura stating, "It is said that Lord Hashirama may have suffered this, but that is unconfirmed. But again, before him there was the Sage of Six Paths." Naruto muttered in disbelief, having forgotten that among the numerous things Kurama had told him about, and he had asked Sakura once before about, She was having a slight panic attack when Shizen was killed, and to distract her, he had proposed that question. Nodding again with a tight smile, Sakura nodded and explained. Right, exactly. Due to that, we only have theories right now in place of something far more concrete and tangible. Theories? Like? Say presses, this was better than what her own had been able to come up with, and, theory or not, this might be her salvation. Thinking on the three most feasible, Sakura informed. The first is a slow-acting chakra poison. Hear me out. She stopped with raised hands to prevent the vixen from interjecting. When successfully cowed, Sakura continued. It was a popular poison back home for silent assassination of shinobi by breaking down chakra over time, often going overlooked and unnoticed until it became impossible to produce enough to use any techniques. Naruto nodded, explaining calmly. Anko's told me about a few. We have antidotes though, right? We have plenty of antidotes, yes. Sakura confirmed before dropping the other shoe. Problem is, we don't have the poison itself. We've been busy trying to adapt our recipes to local plants and herbs, but nothing is one-to-one, and the few samples we do have are too young to harvest at present. Right. How could Naruto forget that their most specialized supplies are all bare bones at current, and with Ino busy with interrogations, Sakura has been left to handle such a delicate task alone. Damn it. More problems to deal with. Say, however, asks. Perhaps I can provide you with a full detailed list on such plants and the like. Would that help? It would be extremely helpful, thank you. Sakura replied softly and with a smile. Sei nodded and made a mental note to do that when she gets home. The medic continued. The next theoretical treatment is to try and separate the infected chakra from your clean one. Once done, we flush your system of the dirty chakra completely, and clear out any remnants left over. Surprised, Sei asked skeptically. That can be done? Another tight expression as Sakura replies. For us Nightwings, it is rather simple due to the way our bodies and chakra work. We need more time to study your physiology and chakra makeup to get a more accurate understanding and adapt the procedure appropriately. Again, it's only in the theoretical stage right now. Previously, Sei hadn't actually thought about just how different their chakra and bodies were to her own, besides the obvious kitsune versus human, of course. Though, she didn't think it would be so vast as to require adjusting their medical procedures so fundamentally. They were willing to, though, so she was grateful and nodded while smiling. Thank you for all your hard work. Shaking her head, Sakura had a gleam in her emerald eyes that told Naruto that his former teammate hasn't been this excited since before the war. Then again, this is the first true test of her medical prowess since they got here. Sure, she practiced on Tagaki after Anko was through with her and does checkups on Mirai regularly, but nothing on this level. She's basically chomping on the bit to tackle this, and even if Naruto ordered her to drop it, she would likely do it anyway. Truly, they are siblings and former teammates. Sakura replied calmly, despite noticing that Naruto had his eyes narrowed. I know the truth, look on her. It is not a problem, Sei-san. I am a doctor. This is my job. Sei smiled and missed the swift death glare at the idiot to keep his mouth shut. It was subtle and minute that most jonin would have missed it. Sakura then moved on to the final of the possible treatments. The last of the ones we believe have the best chance of succeeding, actually, requires a very specific skill that only one person we know has. Blinking owlishly, Sei asks carefully. A skill? What kind of skill and who is it? Well, Sakura began, trying not to look too innocent as her gaze roamed everywhere but at a certain blonde, whose eyes had narrowed on her further. Slowly, she continued. It's the skill of chakra sensing, matching, and… You cannot be serious about that, Sakura. Naruto cut her off, now knowing full well what she was about to say. Surprised, Sei looked to Naruto as did Sakura, who put on a bashful smile as he added. You know full well I don't have those kinds of reserves anymore. Attempting something like that. It is with only one person, Naruto. Sakura cut in. His glare told her of his reluctance to back down, so explained. Not only that, I know you can perfectly match her chakra signature. The problems are, however, long and unpredictable. How so? Sei asks, intrigued by this development more than that of her failing health, and Sakura informs her. Our chakra makeup is different fundamentally. On our scale of things, yours is mainly yin-aligned, whereas ours is a combination of both yin and yang energies. Brows raised, Sei inquires. Yin and yang? Does that mean you can use Tuki? Sakura looked to Naruto, who looked back and both shrugged, the doctor replying. Sorry, we don't know what that is exactly. Realization took over Sei's features. Tails flicked lightly in thought as she remembers that both their people have different scales on things. Another thing to look at, as their system seems to be able to encompass theirs but not the other way around. After those thoughts, the vixen nods and Sakura continues. Due to that and the unknown effects it may have on your physiology, it too is still on the theoretical level and something we have to look into. Despite everything, Sei was feeling optimistic about her chances again. A far cry from when she came in, all but running through the gate and asking to be saved. They have leads and chasing things down to help her. She is brought out of these thoughts by a soft call from Naruto at her side, his soft squeeze of their interlocked hands and fingers drawing her gaze to his. What will you do, Sei-chan? After clearing her throat and nodding, Sei looked back to Sakura and asked. Do you have a timeline or frame before you can get back to me with a plan? Fingers drumming against her clipboard for a bit, Sakura was thinking on that before deciding to play it safe with a good middle ground. Give us a month and I will have better prospects for you. Likely a plan, possibly a subscription, and the outline of how we will tackle this together. Hesitating a few moments, Sei nodded slowly and carefully while thinking on that. Feeling her trembling through their clasped hands, Naruto asked gently. Is something wrong with that, Sei-chan? Again, the response was delayed, but Sei shook her head and sniffled out. It's just, our doctors all apologized and said I should go do something that I would find relaxing for my final days. Well, I kinda wanted to see the Hokkaido region and was planning it out before I thought on coming here. Sakura offered a soft smile and shifted forward closer. Naruto just tightened his hold firmer and listened as Sei added. It's supposed to be nice this kind of year. Spend my time among the snow, hills, and wilderness. Now I have a chance and I'm just really... I don't even know anymore. That's fine. Sakura commented, now kneeling before her and catching the woman's light blue eyes with her own jade green. She spoke again after taking up her other hand and smiled softly. As long as you keep your chakra usage to minimal, exercise every day and come back to see us in a month, we can get you through this. Okay? Sei nodded wordlessly, before Naruto offered. You may still end up going to Hokkaido and maybe you might find something there still, but with this, you'll be able to come back home and tell everyone about it yourself. Who knows? Out in the Hokkaido region, 6 young snow kits sneezed in unison. Smiling wider, Sei nodded and offered. Maybe, yes. Perhaps you could join me? You haven't had much time to explore the countryside yet, since coming here. You may find something interesting too. Deep underground somewhere in the Hokkaido region, a certain well-endowed, white-haired arachnid sneezed and her red eyes scanned her home, curiosity evident. Shrugging, Naruto replied. Perhaps one day, but at the moment we have a lot of work to do and vacations aren't really a priority right now. Maybe not a priority, Naruto. Sakura began, drawing his eyes to her own as she finishes. But among all of us, you have been the busiest person here. No doubt your stress level is just as high, and so maybe a small vacation would benefit you too. The short silence that followed was broken by a sigh. Naruto responded with an uncommitted. I'll think about it. Suddenly his phone rang and broke the tension. Pulling it out, Tamil's name flashed on the screen and he answered it cautiously. Tamil, what can I do for you? Ah, Naruto. Thanks for answering. 2 quick things. Well, 3, but you'll want to hear them. You have my attention. Firstly, Azazel says that you are looking for a computer system, correct? A few of my own have mentioned acquiring one. Though, it will have to be isolated and self-contained and stuff. Naruto replied with a nod, earning a chuckle from the other side, Tamil replying. Easily doable. I am discussing things with Amuro's right now. Give me a few days and I'll get back to you on that. Understood. Secondly, the batch after next of phones will be for you Nightwings. You'll have to collect them in about 2, maybe 3 weeks. Tamio reports in again. Naruto nods while replying. I'll talk to Kuratsuchi about that. Mark the date and all. Good. Finally, one of my own has asked for a transfer to your legion. You may remember her, Sakuria. One of our best swordswomen. Tamil informs and Naruto didn't need to think too hard about her, recalling her swiftness and bloodthirst for sword battles. He then asks back. Yes, I remember her. 8 wings and a fiery temper. Gah, putting it lightly. Tamil jokes, earning an amused chuckle from Naruto as the head of business continued. In any normal case, I would have dismissed it, but as I needed to speak to you anyway and that she claims to have permission from an Omoi and Chojuro, who I know is one of your commanders. Neither mentioned it to me. Naruto muttered with a light frown before sighing, replying after a moment. Fine, tell her to meet with Kuratsuchi when she comes for the phones and by then we'll have had decided on what to do with her. Got it. Thanks again, be seeing you. The line went dead and Naruto let out a tight breath, muttering lowly. Troublesome. A muffled shout from the office. Do not start that, mister. Sakura chuckled as she climbed back to her full height, and claiming. Well, I'd better get back in there. We'll be in touch, Sei-san. Naruto and Sei-too stood with the vixen responding promptly. You have my thanks, Sakura-san. This means a lot. Smiling and nodding, Sakura made her way back to the office where no doubt the discussion raged on without her expert opinion. That needs to be corrected. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. After walking Sei back to the gate, waving her off, Naruto moved back towards the tower in silence as he contemplated things. Their supplies are low and the few samples of plants, herbs and flowers will take time to grow. Sure, they have pills and the like still, but that won't last at the rate things are going. This is going to take away from their food production objectives and negatively impact their intel capabilities as Ino will have to be reassigned to manage the production of this now critical resource. Thankfully, they still have more than enough equipment, and the Earth Company Genin have been teaming up with the Wind Company members to work on alternatives. Chakram metal is basically just what weapons they have and is not replaceable. So they are working on other types of enhanced weapons via their Next Generation Kunai project. Foodstuffs and general supplies are being managed by Choji and Tenten, though Karui helps on occasion and Samui provides a signature if required, so they won't go hungry. Samui's other role is finance. Unofficially, of course, but she started taking that role off of Shikamaru, who seemed more than willing to hand it over. To no one's surprise, all things construction is handled by Kuratsuchi at this point. Her genin are split between supply chain and fabrication. The Chunin too seem hyper-focused on smelting alongside Soga from the water company and the handful from Frost. Cheyenne leads the bureaucratic team made up of the remaining water company Chunin, and when not training, Ishiwari and Tagaki help out apparently. He hasn't really had time to check on the only non-Nightwing members here, but that's probably a good thing as it means they aren't causing problems. Ginma handles general security alongside the Inuzuka and Shikamaru. Well, the Nara has defense capabilities and plans down to a science. Chojuro helps when not training the others in swordsmanship. Hana helps Sakura in medical, splitting her time between there and the tower, leaving Yoshi to lead Rimi, Toshi, Ascari, and Kiba in maintaining the perimeter of the grounds. Kiba, though, is kinda their local investigator thanks to his relationship with Sakura, making him think more before acting. No doubt he's missing things. It is obvious that they lacked manpower with no way to safely and quickly raise them. Can he trust lives of his own in the hands of their fellow Grigori? Sighing, Naruto realizes he'll have to trust them, after vetting obviously. However, his empathy is less effective against them due to their general nature. How the hell was he supposed to keep track of this all? He was dragged from his thoughts as he reached the plaza. A call out of his name drew Naruto's attention to Ren and Shizuka approaching from the water office. Naruto! Smiling softly, Naruto replied. Hey guys, nice night we have here. Shizuka chuckles when Ren giggled. Both women were pretty standard for Nadeshiko Kunoichi, which basically means they were the pinnacle of beauty of the elemental nations. Standing at 5'6", the former queen was still fair-skinned, athletic and dangerously curvaceous. Stunning green eyes sat beneath long ebony hair. Her fringe was no longer in her previous haircut, but still had bangs that reached her chin despite it being kept up in her high ponytail. Shizuka, as always, had that coy, challenging smile while watching him as always. Ren, like her former leader and old friend, was a bit taller at 5'7". Her grayish hair only reached just past her shoulder blades despite the low ponytail. It was silky smooth and well taken care of. Her flawless skin matched her former leader's in complexion, but her blue eyes were a few shades lighter than Naruto's himself. Her figure, just as athletic and curvaceous enough to be considered a weapon in half the elemental nations. Though unlike her friend, her bust is lacking the mass, but her ass is suggested to be the limit of human biological ability, and has supposedly started a war. A cheerfully flirtatious attitude endears most and captured the hearts of most men as an afterthought. Keyword being most. Naruto is one of the few who she hasn't gotten around her finger, yet. Ren giggled and nodded, after noticing Naruto's roaming eyes over her form currently donning her uniform undersuit, the skin-tight variant that emphasized their curves and allowed their nipples to be slightly visible through them. She offered. That it is. Naruto-kun. Care to join us for a drink? With a soft smile, Naruto shook his head and explained. Unfortunately, Ren-chan, I have work to do and people to meet. Next time perhaps. Pouting, Ren whines dramatically, clutching her chest and accidentally pushing her breasts together as she brushes against him. Ah, no fun. Chuckling along with Naruto, Shizuka smiles softly and offered him. That is indeed a shame. If you get time, maybe join us? Nodding, he replied. Maybe, we'll see. Though Naruto knew he had far too much to deal with, so it was unlikely, and let out another tight sigh. He needs to talk to those two fallen prisoners and finish the report for the Sendai recon mission, before Anko leaves tomorrow. Hopefully, Genma remembered to drop off the human phone he asked for in the third drawer on the left. Seeing his mind wander via his eyes, Shizuka stepped forward and took hold of both his cheeks, causing his slit blue eyes to snap to her emeralds, and allowed her to say, Naruto, you are not alone here. If you need a hand, please ask us, okay? After a few moments, Naruto nodded and replied. Thanks, Shizuka-chan, but I have it. Do not lie to me, Naruto Uzumaki. Shizuka stated with steel in her tone, and he stiffened. Seemingly Naruto had forgotten she too was a leader of a nation. It may have been short-lived, but she managed to rise to that role on her own merits and strength. Clearly it was well earned to get such a reaction out of him. Sighing, Naruto asked softly, How good are you at making people talk? Sharing a look between themselves, Shizuka and Ren took a moment before looking back at him, with the latter asking with a coy smile, Who are we dealing with? An hour later. Entering the Kage office, Shizuka and Ren stride with pride while holding a scroll each, with Naruto looking up at them expectantly. The former queen was the one to announce with a sweet smile. Those fallen men are a piece of cake. Not sure how to feel about that, in all honesty. Naruto replied with a sigh and got an amused chuckle from the former queen, a giggle from Ren. Placing the scrolls down, Shizuka says, Well, we made them spill everything. Nothing too hard for us, so feel free to call upon us again. That is when they spot what he was working on, a tan tarp. No, a trench coat, and he was sewing something. Shizuka was the one to ask. You are sewing? Looking down at his legs at the work, that he's had a clone work on most the day, seeing as he had asked her to leave it after their earlier booty call and wanted to apply a few seals for convenience. Nodding, Naruto replied. Ah, yeah? Learned when I was a kid, and it's come in handy when dealing with repairs to my uniforms. That's kinda cool, Naruto-kun. Ren announced, inspecting what she knew was their group's insignia, but with the addition of a snake coiled around the central kunai. Looking back at his face, she asks, Who's it for? It's Anko-san's, right? This is one of her trench coats. Shizuka informed and Naruto nodded, explaining swiftly. This is hers, yeah? She's got a recon mission starting in a few hours and I'm a little worried after our last mission's outcome. Both Kunoichi nodded to that. They all heard the amount of a political shit show that turned out to be, though it worked out pretty well. Shizuka asks. Then, can we expect more missions coming up then? Nodding, Naruto replied easily. One of our primary tasks is to reconnect with other Grigori forces currently in our sector of operations. Both women nod and he explained on. Things should be easier in the western region of the sector, but it's no guarantee they will listen. Naruto's gaze returned to both their forms, his eyes soft yet commanding, and flowed between them both as he continued. We will be dispatching teams to a few more cities, but after the upcoming security sweeps. Security sweeps? Ren asks and Naruto nodded while continuing his work on the garment, adding on. I have Genma assigned to clear out any informants and spies within both the Tengu and Kitsune clans the day after tomorrow. Their presence in Kyoto threatens our well-being and we can't allow that to continue to happen. Both women nod again, Shizuka speaking up. I'll speak to him about signing up. I'd rather have you here and help debrief that heroine we have in holding cell for. Naruto informed and caused a short lull in the conversation. Looking up, he sees them both with raised brows and so he explains. I kinda scared her to the point of a panic attack during my talk with her. Just seeing me invokes that level of terror so. He shrugged lightly and both Nadeshiko share looks again, surprised he could pull something like that off. Returning their gaze forward, Shizuka speaks for them both. We can handle that. What do you want us to achieve? Well, we got the important stuff already. Naruto began, just as he pulls the needle through carefully and then continued as he lined up the next stitch. So, we need to understand how the heroes operate. We can't let her go, but at the same time keeping her in a cell doesn't sit right with me either. Looking back at them both, he informs. After you talk with her, please give me a recommendation on what you think would work best. Smiling, Shizuka nodded and replied. Very well. I'll get it done first thing tomorrow. Thanks, guys. It's a big help. Naruto replied with a smile, getting smiles in return and a slight hint of pink to their pale cheeks. Not that he would call them out on it. Several hours later, a casually dressed Anko steps into the office with a grin. The man she came to see was leaning back against the desk with a stern expression, arms crossed, and clearly waiting for her. She chirped. Hey Gaki. I'm ready for this brief. Nodding, Naruto watches as the kunoichi approaches while wearing a black mesh top that leaves her shoulders exposed and shows off her solid black bra that pushes up her large breasts, loose cargo trousers secured by an orange belt. Her black combat boots covered the bottom of her trousers and he spots the glint of a hidden kunai in each one. Her hair was freely flowing down to her shoulders, framing her face, and in all honesty got him going. Not that Naruto let that show, but instead replied sternly. Good, I have your gear here too and a scroll with all your mission-specific details you'd need. Pushing off and stepping aside, revealing his desk organized with 2 scrolls, one labeled Heroes and the other Fallen. Beside them, 2 mobile phones, one was clearly the Nightwing-issued smart device and the other a generic smartphone. However, what caught Anko's eyes was her trench coat placed and folded beside them. Staring at it for a moment, she inspected the hand-stitched insignia, the one she made but modified personally with her late summons, displayed on its back and looking well thought out. Slowly, hesitantly, and almost reverently, Anko reached for the familiar tan-colored attire and ran a hand across the threadwork. After a few moments of silent inspection, Anko finally took hold of it and pulled it open and revealed the carefully placed upgrades of seals that, again, the Gaki had done by hand and with great care. Putting it on, the expected chakra drain followed and immediately feels the environmental seals kick in. The sound it normally makes falls off and told her another new function. Focusing on the sensations she was getting, Anko realized that she had new storage seals in the sleeves, a chakra storage on her back and the passive sound muffling. Looking to the Gaki, she smiled widely and Naruto smiled back while offering. I know you can handle yourself, Anko, but I still worry about you. This is me protecting you while you are out there working. Shrugging, he finishes. Hope I didn't overstep modifying your favorite coat. Instead of replying with words, Anko stepped forward and brought him into a hug, that he returned as she replied. Gaki, you're ridiculous. You know that, right? Chuckling at the parroted words, Naruto briefly tightened his hold on her shorter frame as he whispered. I do in fact know that. Pulling back, not breaking their hold, Anko grins at that callback to their earlier words, then nodded along while saying, Good. We'll have some great fun when I get back, Gaki. Be prepared to have your world rocked. Her grin grew feral upon seeing his growing challenge, Naruto responding as he does with any other challenge to his being. I would love to see you try. They both chuckled and laughed lightly at that before getting back to the mission at hand, Anko arming and filling up her storage seals and Naruto giving her a basic rundown on the task at hand. Just before dawn break. With Anko seen off, Naruto stares out at the village he is governing with a coffee in hand and was pondering on whether he had been correct with his assignments thus far. A surprise knock on the door snapped him from that trail of thoughts. Turning back, he calls out, Come in. In stepped a surprise guest in the form of a raised brow as Naruto announced. Samui, returning to our late-night rendezvous now? Closing the door, Samui looks back at him and asks, Are you mad at me? Not mad, no. Confused, sure. Naruto replied before sipping his drink again as he watched her approach his desk. When she sat on the side of his desk, he added, You weren't very talkative and have been rather evasive since. What else would you expect? Nodding as that made sense, Samui looked back at her now gently kicking feet before she replied, I am not very good at this. I didn't want you to act any differently, and I didn't want to be wrong about you being my partner. Leaning against the windowsill, Naruto rose a brow at that explanation and thought on that for what it sounded like. Recalling his initial thoughts on her act, it seemed she did in fact chose him as her. Blinking at that, he asked her tentatively, Your partner? In what sense? Looking to him softly, Samui just nodded and clarified. You are the most suitable man for the goals, dream, I have in mind for myself. I did observe everyone, even members of the fallen that we have access to. She sighed nearly imperceptibly before continuing. I know I surprised you and I didn't explain my intentions, but I didn't want you to forget me. You certainly made an impression. Naruto mumbled into his coffee mug, and he saw her smile lightly at that before looking forward again. After swallowing, he sighed hard before asking, What is your end goal, Samui? You are no doubt aware of my relationships with both Ino and Cheyenne, right? Nodding, Samui replied calmly. I do recall that, yes. You had a date with Cheyenne-san recently too, Naruto then asked. And Samui began before looking back at him, and he saw the conflicting feelings all over her face. Sighing, Naruto asked blankly, What do you want, Samui? Just be upfront with me. It took her a few moments, long enough for him to finish his coffee and approach the desk to put the mug down before she replied. I want to stand with you, I think. I feel safe with you, able to be myself and not the cold person everyone says I am. That I am comfortable with you. Naruto listened intently to every word she said and also noticed that not one did she say anything about liking him, or loving him, or anything like that. So, when she stopped he asked, All that is fine, Samui. But you did not answer the question. What do you want from me? To want me too. Samui finally whispered her desire for companionship, looking back at him with an expression that Naruto did not like seeing. She continued, I lost everything too. Everyone thought I was okay with it. That I was cool with it. That I was strong enough to deal with it. Looking away from him, Samui confessed. I am not that strong. Not enough to push everything aside. I miss Kumo, my brother, my childhood home, and my fellows. She actually sniffled, which caused Naruto to move on instinct, stepping before her, and by the time she looked up at him, his arms were around her and Samui found herself safe from everything. Returning the gesture, hugging him back, she whispered, But I think I would be cool with you. That I will be fine as long as I stand with you. You are naive, but hold to your word. You are strong, but gentle in your approach. Clinging to him desperately now, Samui asks. I need you too. Please let me stay here too. I can, right? You can. Naruto whispered softly, tightening his hold on her, and upon her slight nod, he added. All you had to do is ask, Sam-chan. Despite the sniffles, Samui smiled at the log-awful nickname he uses for her. But it's cool. She can live with that. It took about 10 minutes for the woman known as Samui to calm down enough to loosen her grip on Naruto's undershirt. Another 2 for her to recompose herself, and an extra 1 for her to speak. Naruto. Upon his hum, she continued. I heard that it's beneficial for partners to massage one another's shoulders when stiff or aching. If done right, it can be. Naruto confirms, sensing where this was going. Having become familiar with Anko and her back problems, Samui's must be twice as bad with such a bust on her despite only being an inch or 2 taller. Before she could ask, he does. You want me to give you a back, shoulder, and neck massage? Slowly, she nods and whispers. If it is not too much trouble. Truthfully, it isn't. Naruto replied as he slowly pulls back, and she allows it this time as he informs. Though, we should set some rules down. Rules? Samui asked blankly and he nodded, explaining smoothly. For example. Taking up her hands gently with his and helps her off the desk, Naruto continued. You will have to speak to Ino and Cheyenne about this. The former won't likely be an issue, but I don't know about the latter's stance. He backs up against the barely perceptible, even by Shinobi standards, door and pushes it open with his back as he continues. And this is to remain between us 4, okay? Nodding and understanding in a bit of surprise, not that most could tell them apart with her, Samui followed him in and watched as he went to his drawers to recover what he needed. Kitsune Grounds, Kitsune Clan Compound. A few days later, Sei was awoken by the alarm sounding, snapping up from her bed and rushing to get ready to respond. By the time she was dressed in her gray-trimmed, white battle kimono secured with a gray obi, and out in the common area, the others had gathered. Though, as she stopped and looked over the gathering, she noticed several members missing. Before she could say anything, her scarlet-furred student Suzu approached and announced. Sei-sensei, several of our members have been reported missing from across the compound with no signs of struggle. Nodding, Sei asked swiftly. Do we have names and numbers? Though she immediately looks over at the numerous skulks huddling together, and the fact that some missing their male, others their females, but none of the kits were. They were all present and accounted for, huddled together between the remaining adults. Nodding herself, Suzu's fluffed-up foretails swayed side to side as she explained. 10 people at present are unaccounted for. They were here last night, but when we woke up they were gone. Izuhara, Kosaku, and Shimada are all missing, sensei. Frowning at the news, Sei felt like she was missing something, but pushed that aside for now and ordered. Suzu and Yaju, go inform Lady Yasaka of the situation. Everyone else will remain on standby here and maintain our alert status until you get back. Hi, Lady Sei. Kyoto, Imperial Throne Room. Suzu and Yaju arrive at the throne room in the Imperial Palace, upon being allowed to enter due to a sudden state of emergency being declared. Both being four-tailed kitsune, they have been to the palace on select few occasions, and now they felt rather out of place among the various clan heads. Suzu Aoki red-headed, green-eyed kitsune with the scrappy girl next door aesthetics about her. She had a very feminine build, yet not overly curvaceous like most in the supernatural world, but again, she was very much a beautiful woman. Yaju Iota is a gray and black-furred kitsune of 4 tails. Much like his cousin, Izuhara, he is a student of Sei and just as serious. His dark purple eyes fade into black at the edges and held confidence in every stride he took. As the duo reached the disorderly gathering of bickering politicians, it was Suzu who noticed that there was a single man standing off on one side, wearing a black kimono, and seemingly unbothered by the panic. Looking to him, he had short dark brown hair that spiked backwards and white eyes that lacked any features. Suzu's attention snapped forward suddenly upon hearing Lady Yasaka speak. I understand that, counselor. However, I am still trying to understand the full situation before we can mobilize a response. But… No buts. Tialara declared from the QB's side, drawing eyes to her dominative frame as she continued. Lady Yasaka has just ordered you to your seats. Reluctantly, most began to head back to said seats and allowed Yasaka to spot the two young kitsune among them, and caused her to raise a nobly clipped brow as she asks, What brings you both here? Has the Kitsune clan been targeted too? Bowing before their leader, taking a knee and fist on the ground, Suzu reports. Yes, Lady Yasaka. 10 of our number have vanished from their homes last night, and our initial search parties have not discovered anything. No tracks, no scents, just dust and echoes. More of the clan heads began to shuffle uneasily at such news. The Kitsunes have some of the sharpest senses of any yokai. To get into and out of their compound, susceptibly during the night, undetected was an amazing feat. Sighing at that, Yasaka rubbed her temples in irritation. Why are so many things going wrong today? It's only the middle of the week and she is already done with it. Yet, before she could begin to give out orders, a phone rang out loud. This stunned the whole council for several moments, before they followed the sound to the representative of newest members of this council and to the Kyoto's Yukai faction. He goes by the simple name of Ko-san. Yasaka began and the man nodded, so she continued. I believe your phone is ringing. The two maintained eye contact for another few seconds before he inclined his head carefully and retrieved the device. After answering it, he commented. Yes. Yes. I see. Should I understand. Please give me a moment. Looking back at the ruler at the land, perfectly ignoring the incredulous looks of the other clan leaders, Ko informs Yasaka. Lady Yasaka? It's for you. Confused, Yasaka looks to her assistant who takes the cue and retrieves the device presented by the Nightwing representative. Once returned, she hands it to the QB and steps back. Hesitantly, Yasaka places the phone to her ear and asks, Hello? Lady Yasaka. I know we said we had to cancel the sweeps due to lack of available manpower. The voice of Naruto came through and Yasaka now clocked on to what was going on, sighing back into the device. You should have told me ahead of time, not in the middle of a meeting. It wouldn't have been a surprise if we had. Naruto replied casually, before adding in short order. It's also why we waited a few days after the original start day. Nodding, Yasaka began circling her finger on the tatame before her crossed legs as she asked. So, is it all handled now then? I can say comfortably that your faction is now airtight. Naruto informed, and she let out a soft chuckle while a truly sinister grin formed upon her visage, Yasaka offering. Oh my, aren't you an overachiever? You told me it would take a full week? That I did, however, it seems that my own had decided to step up and make me so damn proud. Naruto announces before chuckling, earning a chuckle from the vixen as he added. That also includes Ko, who is attending the meeting despite not having slept in like 26 hours at this point. Golden eyes shift over to pale, featureless white and Yasaka offered a nod with a smile. Ko nodded back stiffly, which is when the QB noticed the barely perceptible bags under his eyes. Naruto continued. Well, that is all we wanted to say. She hears him yawn and mumble something before speaking up. In any case, tell the Kitsune that 9 of the 10 we took will return tomorrow. We needed to borrow them and a few tengu for a bit. They'll explain things later. With both brows raised, Yasaka asks. You borrowed them? Yeah, it's a long story, but I am tired and want to get some sleep. Naruto informed, Yasaka shaking her head in disbelief but still heard him mutter. Report later and send Ko home. He needs to sleep too. He will be dismissed immediately. Thank you for your hard work. Yasaka informed and got a hum from the other end of the phone as the line dropped. With a chuckle, she hands the device back to Tialara, faces the representative of the Nightwings and orders. Ko-san, you are dismissed. Please go get some rest. After receiving his phone back from the Tengu, Ko politely and formally bows towards the QB, in a textbook manner, impressing the recipient greatly by his strict adherence to proper manners as he spoke just as crisply. "I thank you for your generosity, Lady Asaka. If you would excuse me." Formally and gracefully, the Hyuga removed himself from the room. The second the door shut, the councilmen were up in arms and shouts with interspersed yells for answers. Did someone just demand something of her? Oh, Yasaka was pissed. A truly legendary amount of killing intent smashed into the councilors and representatives, flooding the room with a deathly cold air that caused most to choke on, gasping to try keep themselves from being knocked unconscious. Back in the hidden shrine village, every single shinobi there looked towards the palace with a raised brow in unison. It was an impressive amount of intent, but they've faced worse. Most went back to sleep after identifying that it was the Kyuubi's doing. Back in the throne room, Yasaka let off the intent and watched as her subjects slowly coughed up spittle and panted in an attempt to get air into their systems. Though idly, she was impressed that both young four-tailed kitsune were still awake and doing about the same as the younger counselors, despite the massive age difference. When eyes land back on her form, Yasaka spoke calmly, too calmly for most. "Now that I have your attention, allow me to explain the situation to you all." Most were still trembling in fear, but at least managed to get to a seated position either side of the marble path and look upon their leader, the golden eyes of a predator flowing over them as she confirmed. "That phone call was from the leader of the Grigori garrison I have permitted to reside here. A garrison that is under my direct command." Many swallow hard, but Yasaka cared not for their dislike towards the fallen faction. These beings were not them, and have proven it once again. She continued, "A week ago, we discovered several spies and informants among the upper staff of our faction. Tsuchida Shiba being one such spy." Eyes widened at that. The head of security was a traitor. Nodding, Yasaka continued calmly. "He and another the following day, that was found digging through several recent documents regarding our outgoing finances, forced my hand to ask my new garrison to search for and purge any spies and informants within our domain." Gasps of shock and many with angry retorts on their tongues, but a glare from the Kyuubi halted such foolishness. Through clenched teeth, Yasaka informed, "I have just been informed that such a sweep has been completed and every single spy, informant, and traitor has been found and removed, regardless of station or importance." Pausing for a moment, Yasaka looked to her fellow kitsune and adding, "Oh, except for 9 of the 10 taken from the kitsune. Apparently they needed help and they were all too happy to do so. They will be returning tomorrow. Same with the Tengu." Both Suzu and Yaja let out breaths of relief. Damn, they had thought the worst. Why the hell didn't they at least leave a damn note or something? Isamu Kenji, the representative of the Tortoise and Turtle Yukai clans, towered over most at an impressive 6'8" of pure bulky muscle and was nothing more than an absolute tank of a being. He had rough patches of pale teal scales that suggested he was actually as tough as he looked, but his sharp brown eyes told of his intelligence as he spoke. "Lady Yasaka." Getting the woman's attention, Isamu continued, "Are you sure you can trust these newcomers?" "Yes." Yasaka responded immediately and without hesitation. The tortoise did not find anything but pure resolve and faith in her golden eyes and so nodded. He and his kin have nothing but trust in her. If she says so with such confidence, they too will trust in them. Next up to speak was the representative of one of the largest clans of Yukai, the bunny folk, or more accurately, the Usagi, by the name of Yasukano. "If I may, Lady Yasaka, but beside council meetings, I have not once come across any of these fallen you apparently command." Nodding to that, Yasaka responded, "That is due to several factors. 1. They were purposely being discreet to avoid being spotted by unintended parties. Now that I have given the order to apprehend them, you will likely see them walking around." Upon several nods, she continued, 2. They are aware of most of our distrust of their kind. Not wanting to cause trouble or upset to you all, they largely stay out of the way and out of sight. The only exception to this is with the Kitsune clan, but even that is limited. Surely they need supplies for their compound and the like. Isamu asks with arms crossed, and again, Yasaka nodded before explaining. That is where the Kitsune clan has its limited interactions from. They may now start to become a bit more public, but I am afraid that the exact location of their home will remain a tightly guarded secret. Why is that? Surely, they are listed in public records. Okino Kozukura, a member of the Crane House. She stands at an average height from one of the Crane Yukai at 5'11", long smooth legs, and perfectly feminine but petite frame. The very definition of noble given form, a full-length, formal gray kimono and hirori with an obi that matched her dark pink hair and an ornate bun. Shaking her head, Yasaka clarifies. They are not in public records. In fact, nothing specific is even written down to avoid spies. Now that you have all been verified as being loyal, I am able to only give you basic information on them. However, from the sounds of it, they will likely need a few days before they can be reached out to. Getting nods from the room over. Japan, Kansai International Airport. Amazing! We are on an island airport, Lady Gabriel. Asia Argento announced while staring out at the Wakayama Bay. Glancing back, the disguised archangel named at the innocently gawking sister who is just as taken with these unfamiliar surroundings as she was. Yet, for Gabriel, there was no time as she was dealing with the customs officer. By the time she finally got clearance to exit, she turned back to find Asia gone. Panicking slightly, she rushed out to look for the young lady, calling out her name in Italian. Due to the amount of people around, her suppressed senses weren't helping. A flicker of something in her peripheral vision caught her attention, and her head snaps there to find a familiar pair of faces. Her blue eyes widened in surprise as she makes her way over to them. Once close enough, the strongest woman in heaven beams a megawatt smile and cheered. Temari-chan, Shizuka-chan! Why are you here? Indeed, both Kunoichi and the thought-to-be-lost nun were together with the sister sitting on the bench ahead of the two civilian-dressed Nightwings. Temari was the one to answer. Well, your signature approaching caught our attention, Lady Gabriel. You were tracked when you approached the city and came to ask why you came using human methods. Gabriel nodded while gesturing to the youngest among them, asking for clarification. Then, why do you have young Asia? Both Kunoichi frowned, guiding her gaze to the four barely visible hero faction members knocked out and out of the way. Frowning, Gabriel asked. How? The Nightwing shrugged, Temari adding. We also intercepted a duo of fallen donning poorly made fake uniforms of ours. It seems someone heard you were escorting someone of note, and people are trying to steal whoever it is for whatever reason. We came to find the reason for your visit and provide security. Shizuka commented softly, and Gabriel smiled while nodding. It was a good thing they were so thoughtful. Temari looks to her fellow and instructs. Why not get them to the train? I'll handle clean up here. Shizuka nodded and pushed off the support beam she was leaning against, offering the Seraphim. If you would follow me, Lady Gabriel. Takamagara, Amaterasu's office. A purge? Susanoo no Mikoto grunts out, staring at a mirror in his elder sister's office. Standing opposite her large desk she herself was sitting behind. The leader of the Shinto Holy Trinity, strongest of them too, Amaterasu Amikami nodded regally as she spoke firmly. Yes, indeed. From what little Yasaka has mentioned, those unusual fallen ones have systematically weeded out those that line their pockets at the expense of their own. How curious of them! Omoikane commented thoughtfully, as normal and catching the raven-haired goddess of the sun's attention. Placing her tea down on her desk, Amaterasu asks, Do we have any idea where they are located yet? Yet it was the last person in the room who replied, Fujin answered calmly. It seems they are definitely in Kyoto, in the midst of the Kitsune's ground and shrine. Though I detected one isolated somewhere near Sendai. These world travelers, how did they get here? Omoikane asked, looking to the sun deity, who met their gaze directly, Amaterasu replying calmly. That we do not know. We only took notice upon young Yasaka asking about that storm above Tokyo not long ago. It was a surprise that one so young could call upon my domain so well. Susanoo commented with a grin, recalling the impressiveness of the cloud swells and the controlled chaos of that lightning. After a short chuckle, he added, More so that she was not of my line. Perhaps there is a chance that we might form a connection of some kind? Should we not be cautious of them? We do not know who they serve? Omoikane asked again, to which Amaterasu replied. They seem to serve Lil Yasaka-chan, if that speech she made to her council is anything to go by. No, I think we should observe them closely and perhaps order them to present before us. But are they not of biblical factions? Fujin asked skeptically, but the sun goddess rose a delicately noble brow before supplying. That are world travelers. As such, basic rules and limitations do not apply to them. How else could one call upon such power to catch even my brother's eye? Nodding, Fujin considers that for a moment, while Susanoo comments. Perhaps that young angel would like a blessing, if not training. If they prove trustworthy in their guardianship of our charges and people? It would be most fortunate if they were. Amaterasu said in response, though after another sip of her tea and looking back at the all-seeing mirror, she added. I am most curious about this leader of theirs. One with enough will to apparently shrug off death and protect them through the treacherous journey through space-time. A worthy champion for us, no? Without a doubt. The others all confirm. Nodding with her subject's statement, Amaterasu began thinking about when she should call upon little Yasaka and get a full explanation on these fallen ones she has taken under her command. They are powerful and even excluded from many rules that govern the natural order of this world. She may not even be aware of just how potent a trump card she now holds over many of her detractors, nor the value of just how great these ones could become. As her patron goddess, Amaterasu has no intention of squandering this once-in-a-celestial's lifetime chance that has dropped upon their laps. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 1, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.